Chapter 921. Your bloodline is not weak. Shi Longyang of the Sky Snake sect appeared. He was about to attack Chunling. He waved his hand, and a huge python with white divine light appeared around him like a giant dragon. Heavenly Python Transformation Technique. Someone was shocked. That was the terrifying technique of the Sky Snake sect. Now that Shi Longyang was using it, it was even more terrifying. Chunling was not afraid, and Shi Longyang attacked. Soon after, the two enormous bodies collided with each other with monstrous power. The exchange of blows between these two people was simply going to overturn this side of the world. The golden lion roared, and the divine python hissed. They seemed to have endless power, and their bodies were surrounded by runes. Boom! They collided again, and the sky around the lightning platform shook violently as if it was about to collapse. They're so strong. Those are two terror lords. Gu Xinyan looked up at the lightning platform. The fight between Chunling and the people of the Sky Snake sect was shocking. Chunling, come on! Yin Machen, Si Ruofeng, Mi Zixia, Guzong, and the other disciples of the ancient Sky sect clenched their fists and watched. Qing Xingnan was surrounded by light. Her hair fluttered, and her figure was graceful. She was fighting with a martial emperor of the Huijian sect. As the two fought, the energy collided. Qing Xingnan was not at a disadvantage at all. She was in control of the whole situation. The number of people on the lightning platform was decreasing. Some of the martial emperors of the 9 forces were also blasted out of the lightning platform. Bang! The silver-winged demonic eagle was overbearing. But in the end, it was defeated by An Lingjun of the Spirit Heaven Valley, who was no longer fighting with Ming Rongyin. It was swept out of the lightning platform. Roar! The little tiger roared and flapped its wings. Black runes surged like a black tide. Their lightning-like attacks were swift and fierce, violent and domineering. Little Tiger roared and severely injured a young martial emperor of the Divine Light Court. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to kill the young man escaped. Whoosh! The green and red flames surged and swept toward one of the 4 martial emperors who was attacking Yi Piaoling and the others. After Du Shaoqing finished off one opponent, she began to help. Facing Du Shaoqing, the martial royal realm young man's face immediately turned ugly. He was chased around the lightning platform. There are so many people. It's time to get rid of them. The Easternly Crimson Phoenix's figure appeared. Her divine soul shot out from her eyes as she began to attack Yi Piaoling and the others. Back then, the ancient Heaven sect and the weapon Emperor Qiao Feng had interfered and ruined his plans. Now that they met again, the Easternly Scarlet Phoenix would naturally not let them go. Boom! Facing the East mythical Red Phoenix, Qiangu Yu's expression turned serious. He pushed his physical strength to the extreme and charged forward aggressively. Puff! Qiao Qiu's Qiu. Dongli Qiu. Qiu Qiu Qiu's. Qiangu Qiu had consumed a lot of energy in the battle. He spat out blood when Dongli Qihuang deliberately attacked him. You have some skills, but you're not good enough. Dongli Qihuang sneered. His golden hair and red robe fluttered in the wind. His aura was fierce and cold. Then, he appeared above Yi Piaoling and the others. Boom! A dazzling light shield spread out from Dongli Qihuang's body and engulfed Yi Piaoling and the others. The 3 martial emperors who were attacking Yi Piaoling had retreated far away when they saw that the situation was not good. Boom! The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's light barrier was like a bomb, suddenly exploding with a terrifying energy. Astonishing energy fluctuations blossomed on the lightning-luring platform like beautiful fireworks. Whoosh, however, it contained a terrifying aura that caused the surrounding space to ripple. The terrifying aura swept toward Yi Piaoling, Silver Fox, and Qiangu Yu. The terrifying force broke the defense of Yi Piaoling and the others. Puff, puff, puff! Yi Piaoling and the others fell onto the lightning platform from the sky. Yi Piaoling and the others fell. They spat out blood and looked pale. Dongli Chihuang's spiritual soul was beautiful, but it could not hide the coldness in his eyes. He landed on the ground and walked toward Yi Piaoling and the others. He did not want to let them go. Go and treat your injuries. Du Xiaoqing's beautiful figure appeared before Yi Piaoling and the others. As soon as she finished speaking, a crimson light began to spread in her innocent eyes. It was like a dancing flame. A terrifying green-red light also spread out from her body. Let's go. Yi Piaoling, Qinguyu, Silver Fox, and the others stood up. Looking at Du Xiaoqing's back, they gritted their teeth and left the lightning platform. Dongli Chihuang stopped. Seeing Yi Piaoling and the others leave, he looked at Du Xiaoqing and said, "Do you want to use your true body? Do you want to try?" Du Xiaoqing's expression was cold. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from her beautiful body along with a shocking pressure. Dongli Chihuang raised his eyebrows as if he had sensed Du Xiaoqing's aura. The easternly scarlet phoenix frowned slightly as her eyes swept across her surroundings. It was likely that she would have to pay quite a price after dealing with Du Xiaoqing. Now is not the time. When the time comes, you will know that you are not enough in front of me. As soon as she finished speaking, the eastern mythical scarlet phoenix had already turned around and left. She actually didn't intend to fight Du Xiaoqing. Roar. Not far away, Xiang Ling's true body, the dragon blood tyrant golden lion, roared. A huge shadow of his true body rushed out. That was his innate ability, his strongest attack. The terrifying power was shocking. The surrounding space was about to collapse. Spatial cracks spread out and swept toward Shilong Yang. Shilong Yang attacked. The white divine python collided. Dazzling runes burst out. Violent energy swept out, causing the void to rumble. This ferocious battle had shocked everyone. Xiang Ling's true body spat out blood. His huge body was pushed back. Finally, he could not stop himself and was knocked out of the lightning platform by Shilong Yang. Roar. Little Tiger roared. The huge black tiger's body was thick and majestic. On its black scales, there was a deep golden color that faintly jumped. The tiger's claws stepped on the air, and clouds formed under its feet. It had the power to collapse mountains and crack the earth. What a strong black tiger! Although you are strong, you are not strong enough to fight me. Go down yourself. Wu Ming from the Huijian sect appeared in front of Little Tiger. He looked at Little Tiger's huge body and was quite surprised. The man and the tiger seemed to have been fighting for a long time. Bullshit! Hearing this, Little Tiger roared. It flapped its wings and emitted dazzling runes. Circles of golden runes were released and swept toward Wu Ming. Boom! Little Tiger seemed to have used all its strength. Its huge body was like a mountain that oppressed people, causing them to tremble in fear. Suddenly, Little Tiger flapped its wings. The dazzling black runes were like a violent storm. They suppressed Wu Ming like a large piece of thunder. 3 divine swords, 1 sword to kill. Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. He condensed his hand seals. Suddenly, an illusory energy sword appeared in front of him. Whoosh! At this moment, wind and thunder erupted from the energy longsword, transforming into a shocking rainbow. Wherever the sword passed, it was accompanied by lightning and thunder. It directly shot toward Little Tiger's body. Little Tiger roared like thunder. It did not dodge at all. A dazzling black rune appeared on the surface of its body and blocked the sword. When the sword fell, the dazzling black rune rippled. However, it resisted the terrifying sword. 2 swords to split the earth. Wu Ming attacked again. He leaped up and waved his hand. Another sword ray swept out. The second sword was accompanied by mysterious and dazzling runes. Its energy was monstrous, as if it wanted to overturn the earth and move the mountains and seas. Swish! When the second sword fell, the black rune halo around Little Tiger's body was penetrated and cracked. Its huge body was also forced back. 3 swords to split the heavens. Wu Ming did not delay. He attacked with the third sword. The sword ray swept out like thunder. It was as if 10,000 swords were humming at the same time. It was dazzling and flowing with runes. Each of the 3 swords was stronger than the previous. Its power was increasing exponentially. Crack crack, when the 3rd sword fell, Little Tiger's black rune halo finally shattered. Then, the 3rd sword shadow fell directly on Little Tiger's body. It actually pierced through the indestructible black scales on Little Tiger's body. Large amounts of blood flowed out of Little Tiger's ferocious mouth. Its huge body was forced back. "I told you, you're still lacking." As soon as Wu Ming's voice fell, his figure strangely appeared in front of Little Tiger's retreating body. A palm print exploded with runes. It was extremely terrifying. It directly landed on Little Tiger's body. Boom! Little Tiger spat out blood. Its body was already in the process of being forced back. At this moment, its body was forced back even more rapidly. Suddenly, it left the range of the lightning luring platform. This stupid tiger is already very strong. However, Wu Ming is very terrifying. On the ground, Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoman's shoulder. Her pale golden eyes looked up. Her pupils moved slightly. She seemed to be quite interested in watching. Rumble! Almost at the same time that Little Tiger was forced out of the lightning-luring platform, Sima Muhan, Zhu Shui, and Jiang Ruolin, the 3 graceful women, also forced their opponents out of the boundary. On the lightning-luring platform, there were dozens of people left after a shocking battle. Finally, there were only 10 people left. Boom! At the same time, the lightning-luring platform trembled again. "I'm here. There will be more updates today, but it will probably be very late. At the same time, Xiao Yu will continue to update on the 1st of tomorrow. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters for the flowers. I sincerely thank you. However, we are in urgent need of flowers. I beg all brothers and sisters for help. As for our pig trotters, these chapters have yet to appear on the lightning-luring platform. Believe in Xiao Yu. Our pig trotters will have a super cool time. They will definitely." Chapter 922. On the purplish gold lightning attraction platform, streaks of purplish gold light shot down from the inverted divine lightning cauldron's hole. The purplish gold light fell and turned into purplish gold boulders in the space above the lightning attraction platform. However, compared to the lightning attraction platform, these boulders were much smaller. They were only 1,000 feet in size. A total of 10 purplish gold light rays turned into 10,000 feet tall purplish gold boulders. They stacked on top of each other and spread out on the lightning attraction platform. These golden boulders seemed to be connected to the sky. They weren't big, but they were majestic and vast. Their auras were ancient and destructive, and purplish gold lightning arcs overflowed. Within the space, there was an ancient and terrifying destructive aura of lightning. This aura made everyone feel like a boulder was pressing down on them. They felt like they couldn't breathe and their souls were trembling. However, at this moment, outside the purplish gold lightning arcs, outside the lightning attraction platform, there was a young man staring at the lightning attraction platform in a daze. This young man originally had a head of silky smooth black hair, but now his hair was disheveled. The young man originally had thin lips, but now there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was pale. He was Ming Rongyin, the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Xianming sect. However, he had actually left the lightning attraction platform now. It was obvious that someone had suddenly attacked Ming Rongyin. Otherwise, with Ming Rongyin's cultivation and strength, it wouldn't be easy for anyone on the lightning attraction platform to force him out. "And Lingjun, you're extremely shameless. I'm not done with you." Ming Rongyin's bright and clear eyes were originally gentle and warm, but now they were blood-red. He was furious and emitted a terrifying aura. However, Ming Rongyin couldn't do anything to Lingjun now. Just now, Lingjun had appeared behind him like a ghost and used all his strength to force him out of the lightning attraction platform. Lingjun didn't have time to care about Ming Rongyin's roar now. He looked at the 10 boulders that had appeared. Runes surrounded them, and their auras were ancient and destructive. These purplish gold boulders floated in the air. They were supported by an invisible force, but they were as stable as boulders and couldn't be shaken. Outside the sealed ancient grounds, outside the profound underworld sect's spacetime talisman formation, all the experts and disciples of the profound underworld sect became dejected when they saw Ming Rong's figure being eliminated. Xiao Chen was just one step away, but he regretted coming out. He missed out on the opportunity to refine his body with the divine lightning. In the future, the gap between him and Xiao Chen would only grow wider. The profound underworld sect had also lost a great opportunity. In order to refine the body with the divine lightning every time, the profound underworld sect had to prepare for 30 years. One could imagine how much resources they had to spend to nurture the younger generation of disciples. At this moment, the last 10 people on the lightning luring platform raised their eyes slightly. They looked at the 10 purple gold boulders floating in the air. A faint aura spread across the sky, causing people to feel an indescribable shock. The 10 purple gold boulders weren't big, but the shock made people feel small and insignificant from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the last 10 people were Dongli Qihuang of the Great Wheel Sect, Ninth Heaven Spiritual Emperor of the Boundless Sect, Qing Xingnan of the Divine Light Court, Wu Ming of the Huijian Sect, and Lingjun of the Spirit Sky Valley, Shi Longyang of the Sky Snake Sect, Sima Muhan of the Ancient Heaven Sect, Du Shaoqing of the World Society, Jiang Ruolan of the Xindu Gate, and Zhu Shui of the Mysterious Charm Sect. Ming Rong Yin of the Profound Underworld Sect had unexpectedly been eliminated, while Du Shaoqing of the World Society and Qing Xingnan of the Divine Light Court had entered the top 10. All of this seemed surprising, but it wasn't. After all, Du Shaoqing and Qing Xingnan's strength had already spread throughout the sealed ancient grounds over the past 5 months. The final battle is about to begin. The higher the level of the Divine Thunder platform, the better the effect of the Divine Thunder body tempering will be. The remaining 10 people will fight for the final ranking. Who will be the overlord of the Heaven's Pride's battle? Those 10 people are the strongest among the younger generation of the entire Middle Continent. After the Divine Thunder body tempering, their strength will generally increase greatly. At that time, they will definitely be able to sit firmly in the top 10. Then who will be the last Emperor of Emperors among the 10 strongest? I wonder who will be the true overlord of the Heaven's Pride's battle, the Heaven's Prides of the generation? In the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, countless people were anxiously waiting. The final battle was the battle that everyone looked forward to the most. The 10 most terrifying people would erupt with their true trump cards and strength. This was a grand event that could only be seen once every 30 years. A battle that would shake the entire Middle Continent was enough to become the hottest topic of conversation for the next 30 years. On the lightning platform, 10 golden stones were quietly suspended in the void. There was a huge pressure on the golden stones, and it was an existence that couldn't be set foot on. The 10 huge stones naturally attracted the attention of the 10 people on the lightning platform at this moment. The 10 purple gold stones landed. The 10 people on the lightning platform looked up at the layers of uneven stones, and their hearts trembled. At this moment, the atmosphere on the lightning platform suddenly froze, and swords were drawn. Let's begin. Wu Ming looked up at the 10 golden stones in the void, and his eyes were burning with passion. He knew that the next battle would be the true Heaven's Pride's battle. Chi! Someone moved, and a figure soared into the sky. His target was the first purple gold stone. The golden stone was the body-tempering Divine Thunder platform. The higher the body-tempering Divine Thunder platform, the better the effect of the Divine Thunder body-tempering Divine Thunder platform. It was an item that must be fought for. The first to move was Shi Longyang. His aura surged out, and as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning, he swept towards the first body-tempering Divine Thunder platform. However, at this moment, the 10 people were on guard against each other. Everyone's target was the first body-tempering divine thunder platform. How could they let Shi Longyang get it so easily? Boom! Almost at the same time, the space trembled, and the remaining 9 people moved together. Their aura was so terrifying that it made the surrounding void rumble. Get down here! Dongli Chihuang was the first to make a move. The gorgeous divine soul in his eyes fluctuated like the sun. A palm print swept out, shattering the space, and no one could stop it. After forcing Shi Longyang to retreat, Dongli Chihuang directly swept towards the first body-tempering divine thunder platform. Stop Dongli Chihuang! An Lingjun shouted, and together with the others, they immediately blocked Dongli Chihuang. They attacked together and trapped Dongli Chihuang. Do you want to stop me? In the face of the group's attack, Dongli Chihuang shouted. His golden hair and red robe fluttered, and he was incomparably majestic. The dazzling light around him was like a holy light erupting. Runes appeared in the sky and froze the space. Humph, if you want to go up, let's see if your strength is enough. Ninefold Spirit had his own means. Golden light erupted and enveloped his whole body. The 9 scars on his head seemed to be alive at this time, spreading light. His whole person was like a handsome Buddhist monk descending from the sky, breaking through Dongli Chihuang's restriction. Golden runes rotated and rushed straight towards Dongli Chihuang. What a powerful ninefold spirit! The surrounding people secretly exclaimed. Ninefold spirit strength was very powerful. The people who broke free from the restriction and froze together no longer targeted Dongli Chihuang, and no one attacked ninefold spirit. They all rushed towards the first body-tempering divine thunder platform. Bang, 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 bang! But this group of people was unwilling to let others wait first, and they immediately made their move. Waves of terrifying power erupted, and the aura of the human king and the aura of the human emperor surged together. Everyone attacked with all their strength, wanting to fight for first place. At this moment, no one held back, and the moment they attacked, they sprinted with all their strength. Too strong, that's the strongest among the same generation of the major forces. It's really terrifying. Those are all true geniuses, dragons and phoenixes among men. Each of them is incomparably powerful. Outside the space-time talisman array, hundreds of millions of eyes were dumbfounded, and they trembled with fear. Even through the space-time talisman array, they could feel how terrifying and powerful those 10 people were. On the lightning platform, geniuses fought for supremacy, and the aura was terrifying. Countless powerful techniques and magical powers were activated, and the energy was monstrous, shocking everyone. The other geniuses, who had been defeated and blasted out of the lightning platform by these 10 people, were all secretly trembling when they saw the strength of the last 10 people, and they felt the gap in their hearts. The 10 people restrained each other, and no one could take first place. Once someone took the lead, they would immediately be stopped by the others. Rumble! On the lightning platform, runes were blazing, and there was a real roar in the void, shocking this part of the world. That kind of battle made people's blood boil. The strength of these 10 people was too shocking, and their strength was beyond people's imagination. The 10 people also went crazy, and they used all their strength to fight for first place. Who dares to block my way? Wu Ming shouted, and his expression was fierce. There was an energy sword in his hand, and his aura was disdainful, as if he had an invincible aura. He held the sword and pointed it at the human world. The ninefold spirit was wrapped in golden light, and its aura was terrifying, making people's hearts tremble. The ninefold spirit was too terrifying, and it was ridiculously powerful. It stood out among the 10 people. The first place is mine. Dongli Chihuang shouted, and his divine spirit was released magnificently, and the sacred light was surging. He was indeed the reincarnation saint of the Great Wheel sect, and he looked down on this world. Ma Muhan's beautiful figure stepped into the air, and her eyes were covered in runes. She activated her human sovereign martial vein, and her hand seals were formed, making the accessories on her wrist ring clearly. Under the brocade dress, Sima Muhan's figure was enchanting. Soon after, the mysterious runes of the talisman erupted, and a huge grass-shaped object condensed in front of him. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, and the shape of the grass was like a mushroom. A terrifying pressure descended. Sima Muhan activated the undead grass-veined spirit and stood in the air. The terrifying aura spread from the grass-shaped meridian spirit in front of her, and she was competing with the other geniuses. Thank you, brothers, for your support for Xiaoyu today. Because I didn't sleep last night, I only woke up at midnight after the 6 p.m. update. That's why I said that the rest of the updates will be late. This is the 5th update from yesterday. Today is the first day of the month, and the fresh flower ranking will be refreshed at noon. Xiaoyu's update today will probably be released at around 4 p.m. And there will be more updates today. Of course, I will continue to ask my brothers and sisters to take care of the flowers today. When the fresh flower ranking is refreshed at noon, my brothers and sisters can contribute flowers. This month, Xiaoyu will work hard to write and thank everyone for their love. Of course, in the next chapter, Xiaodu will return in style. I saw some brothers say that these chapters are lame, but I personally feel that these chapters are the most difficult to write, and the foreshadowing is absolutely necessary. Those brothers who are familiar with Xiaoyu's writing should understand, so I won't say much. Chapter 923. Sima Muhan activated her grass of immortality meridian spirit and stood in the air. A terrifying aura spread from her grass of immortality meridian spirit as she competed with the prodigies. Beep! The green and red light around Du Shaoqing started to explode. A sharp beep sound that pierced one's soul was heard. A huge green and red bird that was only a few hundred feet long appeared. A terrifying aura instantly descended on this mysterious lightning-luring platform. Du Shaoqing also activated her Baifeng Divine Bird's true form during the prodigy competition. The Baifeng Divine Bird was like a phoenix, a crane, and a phoenix. Its blazing aura evaporated all the air in the surrounding space, turning it into white smoke. That's the Baifeng Divine Bird. No wonder it's so powerful. Seeing Du Xiaoqing's true form, countless gazes below the lightning-luring platform trembled. Even the humanoid meridian spirit couldn't help but tremble. Don't even think about going up, Du Shaoqing shouted. Then, she opened her mouth. Billowing flames accompanied by mysterious runes erupted like a volcano. It actually swept towards Qing Xingnan, preventing Qing Xingnan from going up. This kind of flame eruption made one crawl and burn. Even one's soul would wither. Worldly brilliance. Qing Xingnan frowned. She could feel that Du Shaoqing was purposely targeting her. Around her graceful figure, a dazzling light spread from Qing Xingnan's body like a miracle. It illuminated her figure, making her look like an immortal. She had a kind of untainted aura. She was actually able to resist Du Xiaoqing's Baifeng Divine Fire. At this moment, Jiang Ruolan's eyes were clear at the Xindu Gate. She was facing An Lingjun. Her body released a warm but heart-palpitating flame that made the void tremble. Jiang Ruolan's graceful figure was also covered in a set of armor that was burning with divine flames. It released a dazzling light, making her look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. An Lingjuan's runes shone brightly. He attacked Jiang Ruolan with all his might. He had the talent of a king. He cultivated both martial and talisman Dao. His Xian Qi swept out. With the help of his soul power, his aura was surging like a mighty army galloping. The 10 people's battle caused the void to boil. Talisman Dao, the terrifying energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It made the experts of the same generation below the lightning-luring platform tremble. Too powerful! Too powerful! Outside the space-time symbol array, everyone was stunned. The strength that the 10 people had unleashed at this moment was so terrifying. 9 spirit-level spirit, You can't stop me. In the sky, the east mythical red phoenix shouted. The light around its body was like a holy halo, as bright as the sun. The earth spirit mouse and the ninefold spirit continued to collide fiercely. The sound reverberating in the air was deafening, causing one's soul to tremble. What's left behind by the secret reincarnation technique is at most a remnant soul. You failed in your previous life. What qualifications do you have to reach the top in this life? Ninefold spirit shouted loudly. Light swirled around his body, making him look like a god. I was reborn from reincarnation. Who dares to challenge me? Dongli Chi Huang shouted loudly, his voice resounding and deafening. His eyes shone brilliantly as his golden hair and scarlet robes fluttered in the wind. Step by step, he ascended the divine thunder platform. At this moment, Dongli Chi Huang was like a divine warrior. Dazzling waves of holy light surged around him, making him look even more majestic and proud. Get down, the ninefold spirit replied. Its voice was calm, but it was like the voice of Buddha, carrying the rumbling of the great Tao. A terrifying aura swept out, shaking this part of the void and blocking Dongli Chi Huang. You guys can fight. I'm going up. Ha! And Lingjun broke free from Jiang Ruolan's restraint and took the opportunity to rush up, wanting to seize the first body-forging divine thunder platform. Come down. Zhu Shui appeared. At this moment, this delicate and beautiful woman was covered in layers upon layers of battle armor. This was not a real armor, but a condensation of her energy. On the armor, a terrifying aura swept out from Zhu Shui's body. It was as vigorous as a volcano erupting, rolling over and blocking Lingjun. Humph! Lingjun raised his eyes and waved his hand. A stream of light between his eyebrows turned into the shadow of a long sword. The terrifying power of the primordial spirit rushed toward Zhu Shui with a terrifying aura that attacked her soul. Martial Dao and Talisman Dao Dual Cultivator. Unfortunately, so am I. The power of your primordial spirit is inferior to mine. Zhu Shui shouted. At this moment, a terrifying spiritual root aura erupted from her body. It was the power of the human sovereign. Surrounded by divine light, Zhu Shui's black hair fluttered in the wind. A thunderous light between her eyebrows collided directly with Lingjun. Over the years, Zhu Shui's body had changed too much. She had experienced earth-shaking changes in the profound talisman sect. Now, she was already the #1 person among her peers in the profound talisman sect. Swish, the two martial Dao and talisman Dao dual cultivators collided with the power of the primordial spirit. The sound was deafening, and dazzling talisman runes rushed in all directions like waves. Impossible! How can there be such a terrifying primordial spirit? Lingjun retreated, feeling dizzy. He was surprised that the power of Zhu Shui's primordial spirit was beyond his imagination. Whoosh! A huge phantom of a divine python soared into the sky. Its terrifying aura seemed to distort the space and sweep across the sky. It seemed that at this moment, the primordial spirit python's aura had risen to the extreme. It was incomparably powerful. Just as Lingjun, Zhu Shui, 9th-level Spirit Emperor, and Dongli Chi Huang were fighting, it finally found an opportunity to rush toward the first divine thunder platform. You think you can fish in troubled waters? Get down. In just a moment, Dongli Chi Huang immediately found the phantom of the divine python. How could he let others touch the first divine thunder platform? He had been spying on the surroundings. Holy light lingered around him, and he directly collided with the phantom. No one is allowed to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, Ninefold Spirit and Dongli Chi Huang seemed to have a tacit understanding. They attacked the phantom at the same time, and a terrifying pale golden energy swept down. Not good. The phantom didn't seem to expect that Dongli Chi Huang and Ninefold Spirit Emperor would attack it at the same time. It didn't have time to react, and it directly met them. Rumble! The energy fiercely collided, and thousands of talisman runes stirred up the air waves. It made the sky brilliant, and then the broken talisman runes intertwined like waves. The phantom of the divine light shattered, and then a figure appeared. It was Shi Longyang of the Sky Snake sect. Puff! Hit by the joint attack of Dongli Chi Huang and Ninefold Spirit Emperor, Shi Longyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly fell from the sky. Ninefold Spirit, you are still too inexperienced. It's over. At this moment, Dongli Chi Huang's voice resounded in the sky. A terrifying fluctuation of holy light soared hundreds of feet high, and the energy surged like waves. It sealed and solidified a large area of space, and shrouded Ninefold Spirit and the others in the sky. Great Luen Sect's universe cover. Outside the spacetime array, many people were shocked. The Great Luen Sect's universe cover was a terrifying technique of the Great Luen Sect. Dongli Chi Huang wants to take the first divine thunder platform. Stop him! Once the universe cover appeared, Lingjun shouted. Everyone except Qing Xingnan attacked together, and the energy gathered into a huge wave that swept over. Although the Great Luen Sect's universe cover was powerful, it couldn't withstand the power of everyone's joint attack, and it immediately exploded. Boom! At this moment, the sky trembled, and Dongli Chi Huang's golden-haired, red-robed figure had already swept directly to the first divine thunder platform. At this moment, the first divine thunder platform trembled, and purple-gold electric arcs surged out. Bastard, he took the opportunity to go up first. Everyone's eyes turned solemn, and Lingjun cursed loudly. Once someone landed on the divine thunder platform, it would automatically recognize him as its owner, and no one else could go up. The Emperor of all emperors, the overlord of all elites, Dongli Chi Huang. Below the lightning platform, countless Yu's eyes trembled, and their blood boiled. The Great Luen Sect's disciples even raised their arms and cheered. Outside the spacetime array, in the divine Thunder Mountain, the Great Luen Sect's Taoist priest of Changdao smiled, and all the experts laughed. The heavens are blind. How can it be the Great Luen Sect? On the sixth peak, Elder Gu Qingyang cursed, and the immortal-like aura of a peerless expert disappeared. The saint is invincible. Who can compete with him? The Emperor of all emperors, the Great Luen Sect. Within the Great Luen Sect, countless disciples looked at the spacetime array in the spacetime array, and cheers could be heard everywhere. All the experts were so excited that their eyes were trembling. Qing Xingnan raised his head and looked at Dongli Chi Huang, who had already stepped into the first place. His eyes rippled with a soul-stirring power, and a complicated emotion appeared vaguely. It seemed bottomless, ethereal, and far away. Chapter 924. I missed a step. Ninefold Spirit sighed softly. Suddenly, golden light rippled on his body, and his figure rushed to the second forging divine thunder platform with lightning speed. Stop, Ninefold Spirit! Lingjun shouted loudly, and a trace of obscurity flashed through his eyes. When he shouted loudly to stop the ninth-layer Spirit Emperor, his figure quickly rushed towards the third body forging divine thunder platform. Lingjun knew that Ninefold Spirit was a tough opponent. He didn't know the result of fighting for the second forging divine thunder platform. Besides, it would be difficult to stop Ninefold Spirit. He might as well let others fight for it, and he would easily take third place. Go down! Just as Lingjun was secretly a little proud, a cold voice sounded, and an illusory longsword swept over with wave-like rune energy. John Doe, I'm not done with you! Lingjun shouted. Feeling the aura, he knew that John Doe was attacking him. He waved his hand and condensed a ferocious dragon phantom, directly colliding with the illusory longsword phantom. Rumble! The two collided, and suddenly thousands of dazzling lights burst out, and energy surged in all directions with splashing divine light. Chi-la! At the same time, John Doe's figure turned into a long rainbow and quickly landed on the third forging divine thunder platform. Rumble! At the same time, Zhu Shui and the others didn't stop Ninefold Spirit, and she landed on the second Forging Divine Thunder platform. It seemed that no one paid much attention to Qing Xingnan. Her beautiful figure swept through the air, and she landed on the fourth Forging Divine Thunder platform quite smoothly. Not good. The third Forging Divine Thunder platform was snatched, and the fourth was taken by Qing Xingnan. And Lingjuan's expression immediately turned ugly, and he immediately rushed to the fifth Forging Divine Thunder platform. Beat! The ear-piercing shriek that affected the soul fell, and Du Xiaoqing's by Fang Divine Bird body descended. She opened her mouth and billowed green and red flames. The green and red flames, accompanied by the monstrous talisman mystic patterns, erupted like a volcano, and suddenly wrapped around Lingjun in a strange posture and speed. Bastard! At this moment, feeling the high temperature under the flames, and his soul trembling, Lingjun cursed. He felt that his luck today was really bad. It was too late to dodge. The surrounding space was completely wrapped in flames, forming a blazing sea of fire. Break! Lingjun shouted, and his body began to shine with dazzling light. A powerful aura condensed into a huge handprint that directly swept away the blue and red flames. Boom! With a rumble, Lingjun erupted. The terrifying power seemed to want to shatter the world. It was incomparably powerful. At the same time, Du Xiaoqing retracted her body and landed on the fifth Forging Divine Thunder platform. Boom! Almost at the same time, Jiang Ruolin took advantage of the gap in the battle between Sima Muhan and Zhu Shui to land on the sixth body Forging Divine Thunder platform. Whoever blocks me again, I'm not done with him. Lingjun completely exploded as he shouted. Profound energy surged from his azure robe, and his elegant face was almost distorted from anger. His originally clear eyes were filled with monstrous anger as he rushed toward the seventh Divine Thunder platform. Sima Muhan and Zhu Shui had just been taken advantage of by Jiang Ruolin. How could they let Lingjun take advantage of them again? They immediately formed a tacit understanding. Go down! Sima Muhan shouted. She activated the Grass of Immortality Meridian Soul and shrouded Lingjun. Go! Zhu Shui formed a hand seal, and a spirit energy condensed into a long whip. It pierced through the space and went straight for Lingjun. Boom! The three of them fought in an instant. Runes burst out, the void rumbled, and an energy storm swept through the void. Chi! The pitiful Lingjun was forced to retreat again under the joint suppression of Zhu Shui and Sima Muhan. Serves you right, retribution. Under the lightning platform, Ming Rong gloated when he saw Lingjuan's misfortune. Boom! Boom! As Lingjun was shaken down again, Sima Muhan took the opportunity to move like lightning. A pair of wings formed from energy condensed behind her back, and with a terrifying speed, she rushed towards the seventh Forging Body Divine Thunder platform. Zhu Shui's beautiful face froze. Then, she could only look at the eighth Forging Divine Lightning platform. Shi Longyang was as unlucky as Lingjun. He was hit by the joint attack of Ninefold Spirit and Dongli Qihuang. Not only did he fall onto the lightning platform, but he also suffered serious injuries. When Lingjun quickly got up and wanted to fight for a good position again, he had already found the top 8 Divine Thunder platforms. They were already taken. Qi! In an instant, Shi Longyang's figure pounced toward the Divine Thunder platform. You want to fish in troubled waters too? Lingjun was furious. He swooped down at Shi Longyang. A terrifying aura swept out. His fist was crystal clear and surrounded by runes. Lingjun completely exploded. He seemed to have used his full strength. His fist carried a terrifying aura as it smashed towards Shi Longyang. Thousands of runes collapsed. Lingjun, I'm not afraid of you. Shi Longyang was definitely not to be trifled with. How could he be weak? He felt Lingjuan's aura and instantly made a move. They collided. Boom! The sound of the energy explosion shook the surrounding void. Broken runes shot out in all directions. The number one person of the two sects had all kinds of mysterious runes shining all over his body. The power he released made the surrounding void rumble. In the end, Shi Longyang spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. He was originally heavily injured by Ninefold Spirit and Dongli Chihuang. Now he was at a disadvantage. Humph! And Ling Jun finally defeated an opponent. His eyes emitted cold lightning. His aura also looked disdainfully at the surroundings. He instantly landed on the Divine Thunder platform. Bastard! Shi Longyang was so angry that he spat out blood. If he hadn't been injured by Dongli Chihuang and Ninefold Spirit, he wouldn't have lost to An Lingjun. What made Shi Longyang unable to let go was that he was the first to fight for the first Divine Thunder platform, but in the end, he could only get the last Divine Thunder platform. Whoosh whoosh in the dark space, a group of people flew through the air and landed in front of the mountain peak. The mountain peaks were surrounded by mountain ranges. They were like dragons and snakes dancing. The towering mountain peaks were scattered in layers. It was like a majestic ink painting. However, this mountain range was filled with baleful aura. Black fog surged, and not a single blade of grass grew. It made people's souls tremble. Hundreds of people landed and looked at the sky. The sky was densely covered with evil spirit. The baleful aura in the air was monstrous. Below, blood flowed like a river. Broken limbs were everywhere. It was obvious that this place had experienced a bloody battle not long ago. So many evil spirits. On the mountain peak, Lin Weiqi, Stone, Dongli Diao, and the others all gasped when they saw the scene in front of them. At this moment, the hundreds of disciples from the Seven-Star Hall were like a bowl of water poured into a lake. They would be drowned in an instant. Du Xiaofu watched the scene in front of him. Under his mask, his eyes trembled. He inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. It was no wonder that every time the ancient sealed land opened, countless people were unable to leave. There were simply too many evil spirits. Many of them had powerful auras. It's too late. It's already over. Jiangchen's jet-black eyes gazed into the distance. His light purple robes fluttered, and his eyes flickered with regret. He turned to Du Xiaofu and said, "We rushed here at full speed, but in the end we were too slow. It seems the dust has settled. It's about to end. Perhaps it's not meant to be for me." Du Xiaofu gazed into the distance. He could sense an ancient, boundless, and domineering aura of destruction. It seemed to be connected to his lightning veins. "Even if we made it in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to cross this place, right?" Stone looked at the dense horde of evil spirits in front of him and sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's not difficult to cross, but there's no point," said Jiangchen, his eyes flickering. Chapter 925. Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. He smiled at Jiangchen and said with a hint of bitterness, "If we could, we might as well go and take a look. We're already here anyway." Although it was already late, Du Xiaofu wanted to see what the divine lightning body tempering technique was since he was already here. Besides, the World Society, the Du family, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaoqin were all there. Du Xiaofu wanted to go and see what was going on. "All right, I'll take you there then." Jiangchen looked at Du Xiaofu for a while, then nodded. As soon as he spoke, Jiangchen looked up into the sky and waved his hand. His purple robes fluttered in the air, and a boundless black aura swirled around him. His black eyes grew darker and darker as he shouted, "Mei Ling, Shou Sha, Hun Xie, if you don't want the people outside to know your intentions, then tell your puppets to get out of the way. Otherwise, you know the consequences." His voice echoed through the sky. "There's someone else?" When they heard this, Stone, Lin Weiqi, and many others immediately looked up into the sky. However, when they looked carefully, they didn't discover anything. Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly fell on a space covered in black fog. He seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes rippled strangely under his mask. The surrounding space was silent. The seven-star hall disciples glanced at each other, then looked at Jiangchen suspiciously. Woo-woo. Suddenly, the dense horde of evil spirits ahead of them began to stir. Countless high-level beast-shaped evil spirits and high-level humanoid evil spirits emitted ear-piercing and unpleasant whimpering sounds. As they whimpered, the army of evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth split into two paths. Under the astonished gazes of all the Seven Stars Palace's disciples, the evil spirits spread out like waves on the vast and boundless plains, revealing a straight path that led straight ahead. Let's go. These evil spirits won't attack us. Jiangchen leapt into the air, heading straight for the path. Du Xiaofu withdrew his gaze from the black fog in the distance. Then, he said to Lin Weiqi, Stone, and Dongli Diao, let's go. Be careful. As soon as he spoke, profound energy surged from Du Xiaofu's feet, and he shot after Jiangchen. Whoosh whoosh! Everyone from the seven-star hall immediately followed behind, each of them wrapped in flowing light. Woo-woo! Countless evil spirits roared in the surroundings. The sound waves were ear-piercing and affected one's soul. Their blood-red eyes stared fixedly at everyone, causing them to tremble in fear. However, it was as Jiangchen had said. Although the evil spirits roared ferociously and their murderous auras filled the sky, they really didn't attack the people of the Seven-Star Hall. Whoosh whoosh! After Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, and the others left, the space above the mountain peak rippled, and three figures appeared. As the three figures appeared, a murderous aura spread throughout the area. The space around them froze. Without a doubt, these three were terrifyingly powerful. 2 men and 1 woman. Their auras distorted the space around them. Jiangchen, are you threatening us? A thin, black-robed middle-aged man wearing a black hood revealed only a pair of blood-red eyes. He gazed at the hundreds of figures in the black fog and said in a sharp, cold voice, Jiangchen's disciples and grand-disciples are all dead, yet they're still following those humans around. Could it be that they've really subdued him? Impossible. The woman shook her head. Her scarlet silk dress trailed on the ground. Her beautiful black hair was tied up with only a few scarlet ribbons, outlining her beautiful figure. Jiangchen is too arrogant. Those humans are too weak. How could they possibly subdue him? Even if the terrifying experts of the human race could defeat him, they definitely wouldn't be able to subdue him, she said softly. Phantom, why do you think Jiangchen has repeatedly refused to give us any face, yet he's allied himself with those puny humans? Asked the skinny, black-robed man coldly. The woman smiled faintly. She was as elegant and pure as a budding lotus flower, yet she was also seductive. She said to the black-robed man, I'm guessing that Jiangchen has his own plans. If he doesn't want to join forces with us, he must have his own plans. In any case, we're at the end of our rope. Let him be. Let's get ready. It's about time. I hope we'll succeed in one fell swoop. We only have a month. In a month, the exit will open, said a black-robed man. His body was faintly discernible, and he had short red hair that resembled a mane. His eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Hee, let's begin then. The woman chuckled as her figure soared into the sky and instantly soared into the sky. Her bright red silk dress fluttered, and her beautiful black hair suddenly broke free from her bright red hairband and fluttered. Starting from her body, strands of suction force seemed to have formed, and it was like a whirlpool was revolving around her as it converged the monstrous baleful blood energy left behind from the bloody battle on the evil spirit dead beach. Huff huff. At the same time, the illusory bodies of the black-robed skinny burly man and the black-clothed burly man seemed to have materialized as they instantly flew through the air. A suction force surged around their bodies as they absorbed the baleful blood aura on the evil spirit dead beach. As the three of them absorbed the fiendish blood energy, an endless stream of evil spirits began to approach them. The low-level evil spirits were like moths to a flame. As they neared, they turned into wisps of black mist that were instantly devoured by the three of them. More and more evil spirits began to gather, covering the entire mountain. They surrounded the three of them, allowing them to devour them as they pleased. They had no intelligence, and were willing to be devoured like moths to a flame. On the lightning platform, Shi Longyang was sullen and helpless. His expression was cold and angry. However, he could only go straight to the 10th Forging Divine Lightning platform without anyone fighting for it. Boom! As Shi Longyang stepped onto the 10th Forging Divine Lightning platform, the space around the platform trembled, and purple-gold electric arcs overflowed. The 10 Forging Divine Lightning platforms were surrounded by purple-gold electric arc. An ancient, boundless, domineering, and destructive aura spread out from the Divine Lightning Cauldron's entrance. Below the lightning platform, on Du Xiaoman's shoulder, Du Xiaoyao retracted her gaze from the platform. She seemed to have sensed something. Her golden eyes immediately turned back to look at the invisible purple-gold electric arcs that the evil spirits did not dare to approach. Woo! At this moment, an ear-piercing woo sound echoed in the surrounding space. The sound roared, causing one's soul to feel a chill. To the middle-aged man and woman who had just broken through, this sound was undoubtedly very familiar. They had fought their way out of the countless evil spirits. The sound of the evil spirits seemed a little strange. It was unusually neat, and it immediately attracted many people's attention. Oh my God, what's going on? When everyone turned back to look at each other, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they were dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. Whoosh whoosh! Feeling the shock on the faces of the people around them, the surrounding people were immediately attracted. Their gazes immediately turned back, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked. Countless gazes turned back, and they saw that the originally densely packed demon spirits in front of them had actually become restless and neatly spread out to both sides. A straight and flat path appeared in the middle of the sky and the ground. In the middle of the path, hundreds of streaks of light and rainbows swept over. Countless demon spirits roared ferociously, but they did not really pounce on them. In the distant sky, the hundreds of figures were approaching from afar amidst the deafening howls of the demonic spirits. After a few flashes, the aura of the hundreds of figures fluctuated as they appeared not far away. The one in front was a young man wearing purple heavenly soft armor. His black hair fluttered behind his head, and he carried a square box on his back. He walked over from the countless demon spirits, causing the surrounding gazes to tremble. It's the artifact Emperor Qiao Feng. Why is he only here now? Someone immediately recognized the person who came. It was a tall and straight youth. At this moment, there were not many people who did not recognize him. Chapter 926. Woo woo! The hundreds of figures passed through the countless demonic spirit children. Wherever they passed, the space rippled and they instantly appeared in the air. They were all disciples of the 7-Star Hall. Seeing the disciples of the 7-Star Hall crossing the evil spirit dead beach in such a manner, the eyes of all the top young men and women in the central region trembled. The impact was too great. They had fought with their lives on the line, and only half of them managed to cross the evil spirit dead beach. However, the disciples of the 7-Star Hall actually crossed the evil spirit dead beach in such a manner. This was too shocking. It's him. That guy. The 10-body forging divine lightning platforms hovered in the air, and the 10 sky prides could see the sky in front of them. There were hundreds of figures crossing the evil spirit dead beach in an unbelievable manner. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng. On the 10-body forging divine lightning platforms, there were some who were surprised, some who sneered, and some who were calm. 1 month later, this sealed ancient land will be your eternal grave. The 7-Star Hall won't exist for long. On the first body forging divine lightning platform, Dongli Chihuang looked at the tall and straight figure in soft armor. There was a cold glint in his divine soul's eyes. You've just arrived? It seems to be too late now. Du Xiaoyao looked at the purple-armored youth. There were some fluctuations in his golden eyes. Crackle, hundreds of figures entered the formless space of purple lightning arcs. Under Du Xiaofu's lead, they didn't stop and directly flew over the crowd. In the end, they landed below the lightning platforms in front of the crowd. Whoosh whoosh, many figures landed one after another. When they turned their heads to look at the densely packed figures in front of them, they were also a little stunned. Du Xiaofu's figure landed and looked back. He saw many familiar figures. Du Xiaoyao, big sister Du Xiaoman, second brother Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, little tiger, Changdiu, silver-winged demonic eagle, General, Yin Machin, Guoming, Gu Xinyan, and the others. Du Xiaofu looked at those familiar figures. They were all safe. Although some of them seemed to be seriously injured, their auras were not affected. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly, and then he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, Du Xiaofu turned around and raised his head. He looked at the vast, ancient, domineering, and destructive qi in the sky. Up in the sky, a huge cauldron floated in the air and blotted out the sky. Ancient and boundless, a domineering and destructive aura rippled out in the air. Purplish gold lightning filled the air, making it seem mysterious and indescribable. Hiss hiss, little Xingxing raised his head on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. His golden eyes stared at the three-legged cauldron with a puzzled look. He seemed to be thinking about something and didn't say anything. Is that the divine thunder cauldron that suppressed this sealed ancient land? Du Xiaofu looked at the three-legged cauldron in the sky that was filled with an ancient and domineering aura of destruction. It was like the core that stood between the heavens and the earth. The more Du Xiaofu looked at it, the more his heart beat violently. That qi was unfathomable and its level couldn't be seen. Divine Thunder Cauldron, that's the Divine Thunder Cauldron. Just as Du Xiaofu was looking at the Divine Thunder Cauldron in shock, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Sun Wu, and the others exclaimed in shock. Although they had heard of the Divine Thunder Cauldron, it was their first time seeing it. The dust has already settled. We're too late. Jiangchen raised his head slightly and looked up at the sky. His gaze swept over the Thunder Tower and the 10 body-tempering Divine Thunder Towers. Those are the Thunder Towers, he said softly. Those are the Thunder Towers. It seems that those who ascend the Thunder Tower will have the opportunity to compete for the body-tempering Divine Thunder. 10 body-tempering Divine Thunder Towers. 10 people can obtain the body-tempering Divine Thunder Tower. The higher the rank, the greater the benefit. 10 people can obtain the Divine Lightning Body-Tempering. Du Xiaofu looked down from the Divine Thunder Cauldron to the 10 body-tempering Divine Thunder platforms in the air. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but frown when he saw the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix in first place. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept past Ninefold Spirit, and then he looked down. When he saw Qing Xingnan, the expression in his eyes did not deliberately fluctuate, but he felt a little surprised. Seeing that Du Xiaoqing, Sima Muhan, and Zhu Shui were among them, Du Xiaofu revealed a faint smile. However, he found it rather strange that Du Xiaoyao hadn't come up. Although there are regrets, I don't regret it, said Yi Futian. It's my fate, Du Xiaofu said to Jiangchen. Although he had missed out on the Heaven's Chosen battle and couldn't obtain the final body-tempering Divine Lightning, he had still gained a lot. Not to mention, Du Xiaoqing, Sima Muhan, and Zhu Shui were all there. This was enough to make up for his regrets. Rumble, as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the sky trembled. The Divine Thunder Cauldron fluctuated with purple-gold lightning arcs, and a terrifying aura began to spread out in all directions. Is the body-tempering Divine Lightning about to begin? Everyone looked up at the sky. The Heaven's Chosen battle had ended, and the last 10 terrifying geniuses had returned to their positions on the Divine Thunder Cauldron. The body-tempering Divine Lightning was about to begin. This was a great opportunity to strengthen one's martial veins and spiritual root. It was enough to make everyone's eyes red with envy, but they couldn't compete for it. Do you have the guts to compete for one last time? At that moment, Jiangchen suddenly glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu. His jet-black eyes rippled as he said seriously, I know one last way to let you compete. But if you fail, you will be reduced to ashes, and your soul will not exist. Ping said I would add more chapters today, but I only wrote this many words on the train today. Today, Xiao Yu traveled from Hefei to Yichang. Since it's a custom here, the son-in-law will drink wine tonight. Xiao Yu is the groomsman, and he's almost passed out from drinking. Just now, he was charging his computer. Xiao Yu owes everyone, so he can only make up for it tomorrow. Thank you. Please forgive me. I'm typing these words in a drunken state. Please forgive me for the mistakes. Chapter 9:27. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately looked at Jiangchen. Beneath his mask, a golden light, suffused with a domineering aura, surged forth from his eyes. He'd already crossed arms with Jiangchen, so there was nothing he could do. But now there was still a way to fight. To Du Xiaofu this was different. His primary goal in coming to the sealed ancient lands was to find the Yin spirit crystal for his master, the venerable artifact. But in his heart, as a young man, how could Du Xiaofu not want to fight for the title of Chosen of Heaven? To a cultivator, how could Du Xiaofu be willing to miss out on the benefits of the divine lightning body tempering? What method? Du Xiaofu asked, looking at Jiangchen. If there was a final method, he naturally wanted to try it. Is there a final method? When Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Sun Wu and the others heard this, they all looked at Jiangchen in surprise. They'd never heard of the Chosen of Heaven's battles having a final method after the dust settled. Jiangchen looked at Du Xiaofu, his deep, dark eyes smiling. This is a legend. I'm afraid very few humans know about it. In your so-called Chosen of Heaven's battles, 10 people will receive divine lightning body tempering to improve their martial veins and spiritual root. The first body tempering stage is the most effective. Now it seems like the dust has settled, but there is still a final method to fight for, the sovereign mode. Sovereign mode? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Sun Wu and the others all looked at him suspiciously. Chosen of Heaven's battles, said Jiangchen. If you want to challenge the final sovereign mode, you need to connect your primordial spirit and blood essence to the divine lightning cauldron. If you succeed, you'll become a Chosen of Heaven's battles. But if you fail, the divine lightning cauldron will destroy you and turn you into ashes. Even your soul will be destroyed. Challenge what? Stone asked Jiangchen curiously. Although he knew how terrifying Jiangchen was back then, after spending some time with him, he didn't fear him as much as before. He wasn't as scared as he used to be. 1 against 10, said Jiangchen. Connect your blood essence and nascent divinity to the divine lightning cauldron, then activate Paragon mode. Challenge 10 chosen on the body-tempering divine lightning dais one by one. Rumor has it that if you succeed, you'll reap enormous benefit. If you fail, you'll be reduced to ashes and your soul will vanish, said Jiangchen. 1 against 10, at Jiangchen's words, Stone sucked in a breath of cold air. Beside him, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao and the others' expressions changed drastically. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the 10 body-tempering divine lightning platforms. Every one of the 10 geniuses was a terrifying master. Even if he had the same strength as them and could even defeat one of them, this kind of 1 versus 10 mode would tire him to death. It was simply impossible to fight 1 against 10. Every single one of the 10 chosen was a dragon or phoenix among men. Every single one of them was a terrifying existence among the younger generation. When Du Xiaofu heard Jiangchen's words, his heart trembled violently. 1 against 10? This Paragon mode was definitely not ordinary. Every single one of the 10 chosen was incomparably terrifying. Based on Du Xiaofu's understanding, Sima Muhan and Du Xiaoqing were exceptionally powerful. Even if he faced Sima Muhan and Du Xiaoqing, who were beast emperors and martial emperors respectively, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat them. What's more, he was facing 10 chosen. It was basically a 1 versus 1 battle. Under such circumstances, Even experts whose strength far surpassed the 10 of them would not dare to face them in a battle of attrition. Who knew what kind of trump cards they'd have up their sleeves in the end? Every single one of them was a genius who stood proudly above their peers in the Central Plains. Du Xiaofu looked at the 10 chosen on the 10 body-forging divine lightning platforms. His eyes rippled beneath his mask. The ripples were extremely hot and surging. Paragon mode, 1 against 10. Chosen paragon, paragon chosen. Xiao Jing is a natural-born paragon. I wonder if she could activate this paragon mode if she were here? Du Xiaofu's heart sank. His younger sister Xiao Jing was an innate paragon, one of the strongest existences in this world. If his younger sister Xiao Jing was here right now, would she be able to suppress the other 10 heavens chosen? Whoosh! Arcs of lightning wreaked havoc on the divine lightning cauldron. Du Xiaofu looked at the mouth of the cauldron, which looked like the ferocious maw of a giant beast. There seemed to be something there that was invisibly connected to him, as if it was calling out to him. Even the lightning martial vein in his body began to ripple. Only Du Xiaofu could feel the ripples. The lightning martial vein in his body seemed to be eager to try and step onto the first body-forging divine lightning platform. Subconsciously, Du Xiaofu felt that there was something extremely important to him there. That feeling came from the lightning martial vein. It was illusory, but it also affected the lightning martial vein. It was so real. Rumble, the aura of the divine lightning cauldron exploded. Arcs of lightning rippled and the lightning platform rotated. On the body-forging divine lightning platform, purple-gold arcs of lightning began to descend. The space there would be isolated by the purple-gold lightning. The divine lightning body forging was about to begin. It would last for a month. After a month, the 10 chosen paragons would receive great benefit. Not only would their martial veins and spiritual roots be strengthened, but their strength would also increase greatly. Boom! The divine lightning platform rotated and purple-gold arcs of lightning overflowed from the divine lightning cauldron. Suddenly, the entire space trembled. A terrifying aura, like a charging army, suddenly stopped. What's going on? Hey, what else does he want to do? Suddenly, countless gazes on the divine lightning platform trembled. Under the gazes of the crowd, just as the divine lightning body tempering process was about to begin, a figure rose into the air from the divine lightning platform and left the divine lightning cauldron step by step. Crackle! Inside the divine lightning cauldron, a dazzling purple-gold lightning suddenly awakened like a ferocious beast. It directly descended and blocked that figure. In the ancient heaven sect, far away from the space-time talisman array, outside the Tianwu Square, many figures stood on a towering mountain peak, causing the space here to freeze. The first miss is ranked 7th. She has won a spot for our ancient heaven sect. On the mountain peak, Protector Hao looked at the space-time talisman array on the Tianwu Square and muttered softly. It's a pity that she's only ranked 7th. Qing Shengnan of the Divine Light Court is ranked 4th, and Du Xiaoqing from the World Society is ranked 5th. This is beyond my expectations. Sima Taxing looked at the space-time talisman array. There were some fluctuations in his deep, glass-like eyes. He muttered softly, Qiao Feng, the weapon emperor of the 7-star hall, should have been able to compete. Unfortunately, he arrived last. Boom! As Sima Taxing's voice fell, the space-time talisman array on the Tianwu Square suddenly trembled violently. It was a terrifying aura surging out. A figure rose into the air, stepped on the void, and went straight to the divine lightning cauldron that occupied the firmament. That figure, at this moment, was being watched by millions of surprised eyes. That figure had golden hair and a red robe. His eyes were gorgeous, and his martial spirit was extraordinary. From the divine lightning cauldron, a terrifying arc of lightning descended. Through the space-time talisman array, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure under the purple-gold arc of lightning. That pressure was like a huge boulder that weighed millions of pounds, pressing down on everyone's heart. It made their chi freeze, their meridians and souls tremble, and their souls tremble. Dongli Chi Huang, the reincarnated saint of the Great Wheel sect, what is he doing? On the mountain peak, Protector Hao suddenly exclaimed in shock. Many experts also moved their eyes one after another in surprise. Chi, a bright light flickered in Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes. He stared at the eastern mythical scarlet phoenix flying through the spacetime talisman formation and frowned. Is the rumor true? Is there really such a rumor? Master, what other rumors are there in the ancient land? Protector Hao asked. Dongli Chi Huang's actions at this moment made countless people puzzled. Sima Taxing looked at the spacetime talisman array and said softly, I only heard about it from the old elders of the Manchu after I came back from the ancient land. Rumor has it that the greatest opportunity in the ancient land may not be the divine thunder body refinement, but an even greater opportunity. However, since ancient times, no one knows what that opportunity is. However, some people speculate that it may be related to the divine thunder cauldron. As long as you enter the divine thunder cauldron, you may know the result. On the first body-refining divine thunder platform, Dongli Chi Huang was now proudly climbing up the platform. Millions of eyes were watching him in surprise. It was a golden-haired, red-robed man with a pair of gorgeous eyes. He was climbing up step by step in the dazzling purple-gold lightning arcs, trying to climb into the divine thunder cauldron. Within the purple-gold lightning arcs, Dongli Chi Huang was now divine and extraordinary. How eye-catching! On the fourth body-refining divine thunder platform, Cheng Xingnan looked at Dongli Chi Huang's back with complicated and ethereal ripples in his eyes. At this moment, Jiu Chongling, Wu Ming, Jiang Ruolin, Du Shaoqing, and Lingjun, and the others all looked up at Dongli Chi Huang with surprise in their eyes. Dongli Chi Huang. Below the lightning-luring platform, Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask revealed a complicated gaze as he looked at the young man with extraordinary martial prowess. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Dongli Chi Huang's body was wrapped in holy light, resisting the terrifying purple-gold lightning arcs. Within the lightning arcs, purple-gold lightning swept down, domineering and destructive, ancient and boundless, boom! Finally, it was only 3 steps. The purple-gold lightning in the purple-gold lightning arcs swept down and directly tore apart the lightning arcs on Dongli Chi Huang's body. Dongli Chi Huang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body immediately fell from the first body-refining divine thunder platform. He had only taken 3 steps forward, but he was directly knocked down by the divine thunder cauldron. Dongli Chi Huang fell. His hair was slightly disheveled, and his eyes were filled with doubt. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the sleeve of his red robe, but it still didn't affect his majesty. The way he walked in the air just now added to his charm, making people's hearts tremble. No, could it be that the rumors are false? There isn't the true greatest opportunity in the divine thunder cauldron. No one can resist such lightning power. Dongli Chi Huang murmured softly. The lightning power was too strong, and he could only take 3 steps with all his strength. It was impossible for him to resist it. The rumors were definitely illusory. If there really was such a great opportunity in the divine thunder cauldron, who could get it? It seems that the rumors are not necessarily true, or that Dongli Chi Huang is not qualified. On the mountain peak outside the ancient sky sect's Tianwu Square, Sima Taxing murmured softly, and his brows slightly relaxed. If the rumors were true, and the Great Wheel sect obtained the rumored great opportunity, it was definitely not a good thing for the ancient sky sect. Are the rumors false? In the Great Wheel sect, on a mountain peak far away from the spacetime talisman array, there was a frozen space. Many figures with powerful auras that could distort the surrounding space stood there, looking at the spacetime talisman array from afar. They all revealed a look of disappointment. At least he took first place. The effect of the divine thunder body tempering is enough. On the mountain peak, a rather handsome middle-aged man sneered. Sima Taxing, you should have seen it too. You were lucky back then, but now your daughter is inferior to my son. The central continent has been peaceful for too long. There will be a day when we meet again. Boom! Dong Li Chihuang's figure landed, and purple-gold lightning arcs spread across the lightning platform once again. The divine thunder body tempering. The divine thunder cauldron is about to seal the space? Jiangchen glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu. Are you afraid? Afraid? Under the mask, a golden light spread across his eyes, and a domineering and sharp aura gradually rolled through his blood. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the 10 prodigies. If I'm afraid of even these 10 people, how can I compete with that clan? If my sister Xiaojing was here, would she be afraid? Outside the divine Thunder Mountain range, in front of the space-time talisman array, the 10th mountain peak. Young Master, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Sun Wu and the others are all here. It's good that they're fine, it's good that they're fine. Elder Yunzichin's brows relaxed a lot, and she finally relaxed. It's a pity that they only came now. It's already too late. The dust of the prodigy battle has already settled, said Elder Cloud Leopard softly. He felt much more relieved, but also deeply regretful. Look, what's the young master doing? Suddenly, Elder Yao Xing, who was staring at the space-time array, shouted loudly. His eyes, which were staring at the space-time array, suddenly trembled violently, and his expression changed greatly. First of all, I apologize to all my readers. Yesterday, a good friend of mine got married. As the best man, Xiao Yu, who can't hold his liquor, got knocked out and vomited several times. He didn't get up until 6 in the morning, which affected yesterday's update. This is a long chapter, and Xiao Yu is rushing to finish it. I hope he didn't make you wait for too long. Once again, I apologize to all my brothers and sisters who were affected. Chapter 928. Inside the space-time array, countless eyes were watching. Just as the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix was knocked off the divine lightning platform in 3 steps, below the lightning platform, a tall and straight figure flew into the air. It was a tall and straight young man wearing a purple soft armor. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he carried a mysterious rune box on his back. He leaped into the air and stepped onto the lightning platform. What's that kid trying to do? On the 6th peak of the divine lightning mountain range, Elder Gu Qingyang's white robe fluttered in the wind. He was confused. On the peak of the ancient heaven sect, Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes also flickered with surprise. Under the lightning platform, the pressure was overwhelming. There were only a few dozen people who could step onto the lightning platform. What is that weapon Emperor Qiao Feng trying to do? The dust has settled, and the prodigy competition has been decided. Does he still want to fight? Below the lightning platform, everyone's eyes changed. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng rose into the air and stepped onto the lightning platform. A faint light surrounded his body as he crossed through space. Young Palace Master is going to activate Sovereign Mode. Dongli Diao, Stone, Lin Weiqi, Sun Tian, Wuma Sheng, and Tao Yu looked at each other. They wanted to persuade the young Palace Master, but before they could say anything, Du Xiaofu had already stepped onto the lightning platform. His little Xingxing landed on Lin Weiqi's shoulder and looked at the divine lightning cauldron with its golden eyes. Du Xiaofu was the one who put it down. What is this guy trying to do? Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoman's shoulder, and her faint golden eyes flickered. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng seems to be trying to do something. The general, Gu Xinyan, Li Yuxiao, Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, Du Xiaoman, and Du Yunlong all looked up, and their eyes flickered. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, and a huge pressure descended. However, this enormous pressure was within the range that Du Xiaofu could endure. Step by step, Du Xiaofu stepped onto the lightning-luring platform. Below the thunder-attracting platform, countless people looked at each other in shock. The purple-armored youth walked up the lightning-luring platform step by step. It was as if he was in an unstoppable state. Boom! Within a couple of breaths, The young man in purple soft armor directly appeared outside of the purple gold lightning arc, outside of the lightning attraction platform under many astonished gazes. That kind of speed was astonishing. If the weapon emperor, Qiao Feng, had been here from the beginning, he would have been the first to step onto the lightning luring platform. The dust has settled, the lightning luring platform can no longer be entered. What else does Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng want to do? Below the thunder guiding platform, countless people of the same generation as Central State looked up at each other. The battle of geniuses had ended, and the 10 geniuses had already taken their respective positions. At this moment, even if the Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng had the strength to fight back, he was already unable to do so. Hey, you can't go in. The purple gold lightning arc on the lightning attraction platform is very scary. Once you touch it, you will be severely injured at best, and even turn into ashes at worst. Ming Rongyin, who had been floating in the air hatefully, looked at Du Xiaofu, who was outside the lightning attraction platform at this moment. His eyes moved slightly and he said indifferently, "Don't joke with your life. Without the divine lightning to refine your body, you might not lose to them in the future. A momentary success or failure is not enough to determine a hero." Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. Hearing this, his eyes under the mask smiled at Ming Rongyin, and he said, "A momentary success or failure is indeed not enough to determine a hero. However, if you don't fight, there is no such thing as success or failure. If you obey, you will be ordinary, and if you resist, you will fight. Thank you for the reminder." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a wisp of primordial spirit energy shot out from Du Xiaofu's forehead and merged with his blood essence. Under the change of the hand seals, it suddenly turned into a dazzling light. Qi. Under countless gazes, Du Xiaofu waved his hand. The dazzling light condensed in his hand seals was like a solid waterfall, and it landed on the purple gold lightning arc outside the lightning attraction platform. Rumble! Space trembled. As the light from Du Xiaofu's hand landed, the purple gold lightning arc outside the lightning attraction platform suddenly stagnated, and then the entire lightning attraction platform rumbled. High up in the sky, the divine lightning cauldron also trembled for no reason, and an aura like that of a giant stone beast awakened. A great pressure seeped out from the space, causing people's hearts to tremble. Those who were weaker began to feel their legs go soft. Whoosh! The purple gold lightning arc in front of Du Xiaofu, which had become more and more dazzling, began to tremble. How can this be? Then, under countless astonished gazes, the purple gold lightning arc split open to form a lightning arc door. Du Xiaofu looked at the lightning arc door in front of him that was overflowing with purple gold lightning arcs. As his blood essence and primordial spirit energy landed, it seemed to have an inexplicable connection with this space. With a step, he directly entered the purple gold lightning arc door. Qi under countless gazes, Du Xiaofu's figure went straight to the lightning attraction platform and entered the lightning attraction platform that only prodigies could enter. Oh my God! Below the lightning luring platform, countless outstanding talents of the same generation turned pale with shock at this scene. They were all dumbstruck. No one knew what was going on. How did that weapon Emperor Qiao Feng get onto the lightning attraction platform? It seems like something has happened. In the divine lightning mountain range, outside all the space-time talisman arrays of the 9 forces, everyone thought that the dust had settled. However, the sudden change at this moment caused everyone to be surprised and shocked. The young hall master has gone in. There must be something going on inside. Maybe our 7-star hall still has a chance. Elder Yao Xing was shocked. Then, he came to his senses and his body trembled with excitement. Interesting, this is interesting. In the ancient heaven sect, on the mountain peak outside the Tianwu Square, Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes looked at the young man in purple soft armor in the space-time talisman array. He murmured with a smile, Supreme Mode, either succeed or die trying. So there really is a Supreme Mode. It seems that the biggest dark horse this time is not Qing Shengnan or Du Shaoqing, but the weapon Emperor Qiao Feng. On the 10 body-forging divine lightning platforms, Dongli Qi Huang, Jiu Chongling, Wu Ming, Qing Shengnan, Du Shaoqing, Jiang Ruolin, Sima Muhan, Zhu Shui, and Lingjun and Shi Longyang's expressions changed. All of this was beyond their expectations. He went up. The young hall master went up. Sima Xing's body trembled. He thought that the 7-star hall had no chance. But now, seeing that the young hall master had already stepped onto the platform, he was very excited. Supreme Mode, he is taking a risk, a big risk. Lin Weiqi frowned. Under her fiery red clothes, her curvy body slightly raised. Her eyes were serious as she said, "We can only win, not lose. We can't afford to lose." Dongli Diao looked at Lin Weiqi, then raised his head to look at the tall figure on the thunder-luring platform. He said softly, "Young master is taking a big risk, but it's not like we don't have a chance. We can't use any external force here. With young master's current cultivation and physical body, this is his greatest reliance." Only Stone's eyes were the most determined. Although he looked serious, he said, "I believe in the third young master." Under the platform, countless eyes were fixed on the mysterious young man in purple soft armor. This was enough to prove that he was a genius. The weapon Emperor Qiao Feng was as the rumors said. He was indeed a terrifying person. On the platform, Du Xiaofu looked up at the sky in front of him. On the huge purple-gold boulder, a young man in white stood. "Fight!" Under the mask, Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with a golden light. At the same time, profound qi surged from the soles of his feet and his body rose into the air. Under countless shocked and incredulous gazes, Du Xiaofu's figure seemed to be nothing as he directly stepped onto the 10th Forging Divine Thunder platform. On the 10th Forging Divine Thunder platform, Shi Longyang's handsome face was sickly pale. Because of the joint attack of Jijiuling and Dongli Qi Huang, Shi Longyang was seriously injured. His face looked even paler. Looking at the weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, who had directly jumped in front of him, Shi Longyang's extremely gentle and clear eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. Because of the invisible connection between his blood and the power of his primordial spirit, he could feel that if he wanted to step onto the body-forging divine thunder platform, he had to defeat the young man in white in front of him. The Sky Snake Sect. Looking at the young man in white in front of him, although his handsome face was pale, there was a clear coldness to it. There was a snake-shaped badge on his shoulder. That was the badge of the Sky Snake Sect. This young man was a disciple of the Sky Snake Sect. How could Du Xiaofu be unfamiliar with the Sky Snake Sect? When he was in the Savage Beast Mountain Range in Stone City, he had interacted with the Sky Snake Sect. Later on, in the Stone Dragon Empire, he even killed Lu Kuan. It could be said that he had completely formed a grudge with the Sky Snake Sect. Therefore, when Du Xiaofu saw the young man in front of him, his gaze immediately turned gloomy. Du Xiaofu naturally did not have a good impression of the Sky Snake Sect. "Make your move," Du Xiaofu said softly to Shi Longyang. These 3 simple words were enough to explain everything. Hearing this, Shi Longyang's gaze trembled. In the beginning, he had been injured by Jiu Chongling and Dongli Qi Huang. Later on, he had suffered a small loss at the hands of An Lingjun. At this moment, the weapon Emperor Qiao Feng had come up with such a domineering look. It was as if he did not take Shi Longyang seriously at all. He was Shi Longyang, the #1 person among the younger generation of the Sky Snake Sect. He was already famous in the entire Middle Ground. At this moment, even Qiao Feng of the 7-star Hall did not take him seriously. To him, this was not only a kind of contempt, but also an absolute humiliation. "Ha ha," Shi Longyang sneered, but he maintained an excellent demeanor. as expected of the number one person among the younger generation of the Sky Snake sect. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Xiaofeng, remember my name, Shilong Yang of the Sky Snake sect. This name will be your nightmare for the rest of your life." Du Xiaofu shook his head and looked at Shilong Yang. "If you want to make your move, then make it quick. I'm not interested in your name, and I don't dare to be interested in your Sky Snake sect. The Weapon Emperor Xiaofeng is really domineering. Shilong Yang is the number one person in the Sky Snake sect. Xiaofeng is very strong, but can he really defeat Shilong Yang?" Below the lightning-attracting platform, countless people looked up and stared at each other. Shilong Yang was stunned, and the expression on his pale face immediately became gloomy. Suddenly, a cold light swept out from his body, and the dazzling talisman patterns in his eyes flickered. Suddenly, an evil Xian Qi surged out from Shilong Yang's body like black ink, forming a terrifying Xian Qi storm. Suddenly, the aura on Shilong Yang's body swept out, and the aura of the peak of the mysterious level of the martial royal realm was released without reservation. This aura of the peak of the mysterious level of the martial royal realm was not something that an ordinary martial royal realm cultivator could compare with. This aura was so strong that even an ordinary martial royal realm nirvana realm cultivator could not compare with it. The number one person among the younger generation of the Sky Snake sect, Shilong Yang, was definitely not just famous. What a powerful Shilong Yang! Feeling the aura that was spreading out from Shilong Yang's body, many outstanding people of the same generation below the lightning-attracting platform could not help but exclaim in shock. This made many outstanding people of the same generation secretly feel inferior. Du Xiaofu looked at Shilong Yang, and the eyes under the mask did not fluctuate much. Shilong Yang stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. Today, he had failed repeatedly. At this moment, even Xiao Feng of the Seven-Star Hall did not take him seriously and looked down on him. The anger in his heart suddenly exploded. "Xiao Feng, you have to pay the price for your actions." Cold words came out from Shilong Yang's mouth, and a gloomy sneer appeared on his sickly face. A formless, cold, evil qi spread out. Under this evil qi, even the air in the surroundings seemed to have frozen. Shilong Yang raised his head and looked coldly at Du Xiaofu, who was in front of him. He formed a hand seal in his hand, and strange mysterious runes surged in front of him. In the end, they turned into a dazzling white python. This white python was very strange. It looked like a dragon, but it was not a dragon. It looked like a python, but it was not a python. It was extremely ferocious, and it coiled up high in the sky. At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended. It was an ancient, cold aura that swept through the sky. At this moment, the cold, evil qi on Shilong Yang's body was released and rose to the peak. Even the countless young men and women of the same generation below the lightning-attracting platform could not help but feel their bodies sink under the cold, evil qi released by Shilong Yang. Everyone could clearly feel a bone-chilling cold seeping out from Shilong Yang's body. That formless, cold, evil qi spread out like a tide, causing everyone to shiver. It was obvious that Shilong Yang was not only truly angry at this moment, but he also had murderous intent. The Nether Snake Nether Dragon Kill, the great technique of the Sky Snake sect. Shilong Yang used the strongest strength below the martial veins and meridian spirit. On the body-forging divine lightning platform above, Unlingjuan's eyes moved slightly. If Shilong Yang used this move at the beginning of the competition for the 9th body-forging divine lightning platform, he would probably have to compete for the 9th position. "The Nether Snake Nether Dragon Kill!" Shilong Yang shouted. He waved his hand, and the incomparably white nether snake shadow that looked like a dragon, but was not a dragon, and looked like a python, but was not a python. It rushed out like lightning and violently collided with Du Xiaofu. Above the giant python shadow, the terrifying aura and pressure spread out, causing the martial emperors below the lightning-attracting platform to tremble in fear. When the terrifying pressure climbed, Even ordinary martial emperors at the Nirvana realm would definitely retreat and not dare to touch it. Large chapter, continuing to write. Chapter 929. Du Xiaofu move. Just as the frightening white python was about to reach him, he waved his hand and a frightening bolt of lightning spread out from his palm. Palpitating electric arcs spread all over his body, and there were faint snake-like lightning bolts swimming around. The lightning was deep and contained an extremely frightening and violent power. Just as the lightning white python was about to reach him, Du Xiaofu pressed down with his hand. Under countless gazes, the handprint collided with the illusory white python dragon. At this moment, the two frightening energies collided violently like meteorites. Boom! The ferocious white python's shadow and the lightning handprint collided with each other. Lightning raged, runes flickered, and the energies were annihilated. However, what surprised everyone was that the collision of the two energies did not immediately cause any muffled sound. Under everyone's gaze, the two energies collided and began to corrode each other. Small cracks appeared in the surrounding space, emitting a deep light. It was as if the void was about to be torn apart. In the next second, under everyone's shocked gazes, the lightning handprint in the sky destroyed the ferocious white python dragon's shadow as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Walala, the runes shattered and profound energy surged. The dazzling light spread out like gorgeous firework. In the dazzling light, just as the white python's shadow was shattered, Du Xiaofu's figure was like a ghost. A thunderous handprint suddenly landed on Xilong Yang's chest, who had yet to react. This handprint landed like a bomb. A frightening power exploded on Xilong Yang's chest. The cold, profound energy protecting the halo on the surface of his body cracked and shattered. Xilong Yang suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Rumble, lightning raged within the palm. The violent and destructive energy contained within it caused the surrounding space to be on the verge of cracking open. The entire body-tempering divine lightning platform was on the verge of collapse. A storm of lightning swept out like a calamity. Xilong Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a stone that was thrown out and instantly flew far away. After which, his body fell straight down from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Bang bang! Xilong Yang's body fell onto the lightning-luring platform below, causing it to tremble. However, he was unable to destroy the lightning-luring platform at all. Large mouthfuls of blood flowed out of his mouth. Xilong Yang's body smashed into the lightning-luring platform. Inside and outside the lightning-luring platform, inside and outside the space-time seal array, the hearts of countless people violently trembled at this moment. Below the lightning-summoning platform, the Sky Snake sect disciples all felt as if their souls had been hammered. Their eyes were dull and dull, as if they had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell. Originally, most people thought that it would be difficult for the weapon sovereign Xiao Feng to defeat Xilong Yang. After all, Xilong Yang was the strongest person among the younger generation of the Sky Snake sect. However, who would have thought that Xilong Yang, the strongest person of the Sky Snake sect's younger generation, would be defeated so miserably in just one move? Everyone was dumbfounded. Both those present and those outside the space-time rune array were stunned. On the body-tempering divine lightning platform, the remaining 9 people were all secretly trembling at this moment. Their gazes were complicated. Xilong Yang is too weak. Below, Dong Li's eyes were smiling. Xilong Yang was only at the mysterious level of the martial emperor realm. The young master's true cultivation had already broken through to the nirvana level of the martial emperor realm. How could Xilong Yang be a match for him? This fellow doesn't seem to have wasted any time. On Du Xiaoman's shoulder, Du Xiaoyao raised her head. Her golden eyes were filled with fluctuations. However, at this moment, Du Xiaoyao's colorful hair on top of her head was still messy and black after being struck by lightning. What a familiar aura! This thunderbolt power is so familiar. They are connected. The weapon sovereign Qiao Feng is related to my Du family. Beside Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong's gaze trembled. He could feel that the thunderbolt power that the weapon sovereign Qiao Feng had activated had caused his martial vein to tremble. This feeling told Du Yunlong that the weapon sovereign Qiao Feng was definitely related to his Du family's thunderbolt martial vein. Moreover, the other party's thunderbolt power was even above his by quite a bit. On the 10th Forging Divine Thunder platform, Du Xiaofu's purple soft armor had faint runes flickering. His eyes were surging with passion. He ignored Shi Longyang, who had fallen onto the lightning-luring platform, and raised his head slightly to look at the 9th Forging Divine Thunder platform. Shi Longyang's body fell. After a long time, he was still unable to get up. He kept vomiting blood from his mouth. With just one move, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Looking up at the purple-armored figure, Shi Longyang's pale face was filled with shock, confusion, and dullness. There was also fear in his eyes. His expression was very complicated. Fight, after uttering a word, Du Xiaofu's figure rose into the sky again. He immediately landed on the 9th Forging Divine Thunder platform. He looked at An Lingjun and said, "The second one, it's your turn." An Lingjun did not say much. He did not know what had happened. How could this Qiao Feng step onto the Divine Thunder platform? However, looking at Shi Longyang's outcome, An Lingjun knew that if he could not defeat this Qiao Feng in front of him, then he would end up like Shi Longyang. Boom! Similarly, the aura of the martial emperor realm at the peak of Mysterious Peak erupted. An Lingjun's hand seals condensed, and the mysterious runes on the surface of his body surged. A terrifying aura burst out, and a strange pressure suddenly spread out from his body. In a short moment, the surface of An Lingjun's body was suddenly covered with layers of strange things. They were like rocks covered with dazzling runes. His entire body seemed to have turned into a rock giant. Petrified martial vein, the aptitude of a human king. As An Lingjun used his martial vein, there were many exclamations from the surroundings. Petrified martial vein was a terrifying martial vein. It was rumored that when this martial vein reached its peak, it could turn into a mountain giant. Its strength could reach the heavens and break all techniques. Roar! At the same time, the mysterious runes burst out in front of An Lingjun again, and it turned into a tiger-like Baiyan shadow. Baiyan was one of the most terrifying demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. It was rumored that its bloodline was the closest to a real dragon. "That's An Lingjun's vain soul, Baiyan!" the crowd exclaimed again. They did not expect An Lingjun to not only use his petrified martial vein, but also his vain soul. It was enough to show how much importance he attached to weapon Emperor Qiao Feng. Roar! The terrifying Baiyan shadow roared like thunder. It was ferocious and mighty, and the runes flashed. It charged towards Du Xiaofu. The terrifying power seemed to be tearing the void apart. Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask still did not move much. He waved his hand, and a terrifying purple flame swept out from his body. It was as if it had turned into a huge purple flame demonic phoenix shadow that spread its wings. Ku! The purple flame demonic phoenix roared, and an astonishing blazing aura suddenly spread out, as if it could destroy everything. The blazing purple flame aura turned into a purple flame wave that swept in front of the Baiyan, and directly wrapped the Baiyan. In front of everyone's eyes, the terrifying Swanee Meridian Soul that An Lingjun had activated was instantly destroyed by the purple flame demonic phoenix's wings. Chi! The purple soft-armored figure was like a ghost, drifting like a god, and instantly appeared in front of An Lingjun. At the moment when the former's Meridian Soul was destroyed, a fist wrapped in thunder directly fell on An Lingjun's rock giant body. Suddenly, a muffled thunder sounded from the former's body, the muffled thunder exploded, and the energy exploded. Electric arcs raged like a thunderball. Crack, crack, An Lingjun's rock giant body cracked, and like a cracked rock, it shattered inch by inch and fell down. Dark red blood kept spitting out of his mouth, and his body flew away from the divine thunder platform and fell down. Pucci accompanied by the sprinkling of blood, Unlingjuan's body fell from the 9th Forging Divine Thunder platform to the 10th Forging Divine Thunder platform. Boom! The space where Unlingjuan's body fell trembled, as if the entire Divine Thunder platform was trembling. Huff huff! Countless eyes trembled in the air, and the surroundings were silent. After a while, there were gasps one after another. Unlingjun struggled to get up. He was seriously injured, dripping with blood, and his expression was shocked. Unlingjuan's situation was much better than Shi Longyang's. Although he was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight. Chi! Unlingjun rose into the air, and wanted to jump onto the 9th Forging Divine Thunder platform again. But then Unlingjun noticed that his body was instantly restrained by an invisible and enormous force, and he was unable to climb any further. Pucci, under the suppression of the huge force, Unlingjun spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. 2 moves were equivalent to 1 move. Unlingjun, the number 1 person in the younger generation of Spirit Sky Valley, was defeated again. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Too strong. Outside the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, in front of the space-time array, countless eyes trembled in shock. My 7-star hall is going to prosper. Elder Yao Xing's body trembled with excitement, and his eyes were fixed on the space-time array. Serves him right, retribution, the heavens have opened their eyes. Outside the lightning platform, Ming Rongyin was in a good mood. Unlingjun was seriously injured, and no one was happier than him. Unlingjun should be stronger than Shi Longyang. He shouldn't be defeated in 1 strike. In the ancient heaven sect, on the mountain peak, Sima Taxing Star's heroic face smiled slightly. Chapter 930. Sect Master, what do you mean? An elder of the ancient heavens sect looked at Sima Taking curiously and asked. Sima Taking Xing looked at the purple-armored youth in the space-time array and smiled. Qiao Feng's physical body is too strong. Unlingjun didn't underestimate him and used his full strength from the start. However, he miscalculated and shouldn't have taken Qiao Feng head-on. His voice paused for a moment, and Sima Taking Xing's glassy eyes moved slightly. He continued, as far as I know, Unlingjun of the Spirit Sky Valley isn't his petrified martial vein, but his spirit root. That's his strongest trump card. Unfortunately, he miscalculated and it's too late. On the 9th Forging Body Divine Thunder platform, Du Xiaofu didn't pay attention to Unlingjun below. He stepped into the air again and landed on the 8th Forging Body Divine Thunder platform. Looking at the peerlessly beautiful woman on the 8th Forging Divine Thunder platform, Du Xiaofu's eyes began to ripple under his mask. It had been a few years since they parted in the Savage Beast Mountain Range. For Du Xiaofu, too many things had happened to him in these few years. The woman in front of him had also undergone a lot of changes in the past few years. Not only had she become more beautiful, but most importantly, her talent and strength had also undergone a shocking change. The fact that Zhu Shui could stand on the Divine Thunder platform was the best proof. Zhu Shui looked at the young man in front of her. The eyes under the mask were clear and bright, as if they had met before. That feeling of familiarity was not ordinary familiarity. Have I seen you before? Zhu Shui asked Du Xiaofu, her pearly white teeth and red lips parted slightly. Looking at the woman in front of him, Du Xiaofu had heard that the woman in front of him had come from the Profound Talisman sect to see him before she came back to life and left the Stone City. Back then in the Savage Beast Mountain Range, they had only met for a short period of time. Yes. Du Xiaofu said softly with a smile in his eyes under the mask. Who are you? Zhu Shui's body trembled slightly. That familiar feeling, especially the smile in his eyes, made her feel even more familiar. She could vaguely feel that he was within reach. Du Xiaofu still smiled and said, Who I am is not important right now. Hearing this, Zhu Shui's bright eyes trembled slightly and rippled slightly. Her delicate and pretty lips parted slightly as she softly said, "You resemble a friend of mine." Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he gazed at the slender figure before him. She had a pair of curved eyebrows, and her entire body was filled with elegance. He said, "Friend of the profound talisman sex Zhu Shui, you should be extraordinary. I'm deeply honored to be able to look like you." Regardless of whether he was extraordinary or ordinary, he was still my friend. Unfortunately, he is already dead. Zhu Shui's face was as white as jade, dimples appearing on her cheeks. Her bright eyes slowly turned cold as she softly said, "I don't know why he left, but I believe that things are not so simple. If I find out that there is more to his death than meets the eye, I will not let him off. I will let those people know that even if he is dead, he still has me as his friend." Du Xiaofu's eyes involuntarily rippled when he heard this. His gaze trembled, and he could not help but have the impulse to take off the mask on his face. Wearing a mask in front of his friends was not a good feeling for Du Xiaofu. "Perhaps if I fail, my spirit will be destroyed and I will have to leave in front of my friends and family again. It would be better for me to leave like this and pretend that I have already left." Du Xiaofu muttered softly. Looking at the surrounding purple lightning arcs that illuminated her jade-white face, she appeared even more gentle and beautiful. He softly said, "If your friends knew that they had a friend like you, they would definitely be very happy. Actually, I still don't know if I am his friend or not. He is a little strange. Perhaps that fellow has already forgotten about me." Zhu Shui faintly smiled as she thought of that determined young man. He was ferocious and terrifying, as ferocious as a beast. It had already been several years since they parted in the barbaric Beast Mountain range. "I believe that in his heart, you are definitely his friend." Du Xiaofu looked at the girl before him. His voice paused for a moment before he softly continued. "He definitely has never forgotten about you. In his heart, you are definitely a very important friend." "Thank you." Zhu Shui looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "If I defeat you, I should be able to find out who you are, right? It won't be easy to defeat me." Du Xiaofu said. Although he didn't want to fight with the girl before him, he had no other choice but to use the sovereign mode. "Actually, you are not as loathsome as you appear to be." Zhu Shui softly smiled and said to Du Xiaofu, "I know that you are very strong, and your physical body is even stronger. However, my forte is soul attack. You should be careful." "I will be careful. You don't have to hold back," Du Xiaofu said. "Then you should be careful. Once I make a move, I won't hold back." Zhu Shui faintly smiled. Her delicate and beautiful temperament made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. In these years, this girl has really become more and more breathtaking. No, this is not normal. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit in his Naiwen palace trembled. Within the primordial spirit's shadow in his mind, an ancient aura fluctuated. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's spiritual altar trembled. At the same time, he also quivered. With the profound of the dark insight herb, he could purify the spiritual altar and suppress all evil. Back in the 7-starlight pool, the starlight purified the spiritual altar and cleansed his body. At this moment, the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was already extraordinary. Especially when he cultivated the ancient and mysterious cultivation technique. His spiritual soul power had always been abnormally vigorous and filled with all kinds of mysteries. Even Du Xiaofu had been unable to comprehend those mysteries and didn't know how to understand them. At this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at Zhu Shui's charming smile and immediately felt that something was wrong. Psychedelic primordial spirit. This girl is activating an illusion array. Along with a tremble in his heart, Du Xiaofu immediately recovered from his shock. At the same time, he was greatly shocked. At this moment, Zhu Shui was setting up an illusion array. He had actually been trapped in it just now. If not for his primordial spirit being extraordinary, he would have been unable to recover from it. He didn't expect Zhu Shui's illusion array to be so natural that it could be activated without leaving any trace. This made Du Xiaofu shocked in his heart. Zhu Shui's bright eyes began to emit a rune light. There were no signs of hand seals at all, but there were waves of dazzling mysterious runes on the surface of her body. A terrifying pressure suddenly fell on this space. Spiritual Soul Root. Senior Sister Zhu Shui has activated her Spiritual Soul Root. That weapon Emperor Qiao Feng will definitely lose. No matter how strong his physical body is, it will be useless under Senior Sister Zhu Shui's illusion array. Below the thunder-attracting platform, many disciples of the profound talisman sect were definitely unhappy with weapon Emperor Qiao Feng. At this moment, when they saw Zhu Shui activating her spiritual root, many of them immediately revealed looks of joy. Spiritual Soul Root. It should only be a spiritual root at the human sovereign level. It is said that people with spiritual soul roots have incomparably vigorous and powerful primordial spirit power. If one can cultivate to the spiritual soul level, they will be able to channel the heaven and earth and mobilize the heaven and earth energy. It is one of the most terrifying spiritual roots in the world. That guy from the profound talisman sect has taken in a good foster daughter. On the ancient heaven sect's mountain peak, Sima Taxing Star looked at the spacetime talisman array and said softly, "Qiao Feng's physical body is extremely strong. Although he is also a spiritual talisman master, I wonder how strong his primordial spirit power is. It is a little dangerous for him to compete with Zhu Shui in terms of primordial spirit power." On the divine thunder-attracting platform, Du Xiaofu looked at the changes in the space before him. Various scenes flashed before his eyes. Among the changes, Du Xiaofu saw the Du family. At night, in the courtyard, his drunkard father, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, had disheveled hair. He hugged a wine jug and looked at the bright moon with a dazed gaze. Then the scene changed. Du Xiaofu saw the dark Nether sect destroying Tianwu Academy in the dark forest. Countless students were killed, and blood flowed like a river. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and killing intent soared to the sky. Everything was immersive and incomparably real. On the divine thunder platform, Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the eyes of the surrounding people. His eyes started to turn blood-red for no reason, and the aura on his body was constantly changing. Then, the scene changed again. Du Xiaofu went to that clan and bullied them. In the end, he broke his own bones and dug out his own heart. In the end, he was unable to see his family. Du Xiaofu's eyes turned increasingly blood-red. The aura on his body fluctuated violently, and it started to become chaotic. His body started to tremble. "Xiaofu, why are you here? Why aren't you looking for your mother and sister? Why aren't you taking revenge for Tianwu Academy? What are you still doing here?" An indifferent voice sounded, and Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. Du Xiaofu looked over. The space in front of him turned hazy, and a tall figure slowly walked out. Although it seemed slow, it arrived before him in an instant. The person who came reeked of alcohol, and he looked drunk. His clothes were disheveled, and his hair covered half of his face and forehead. "Father!" Du Xiaofu was taken aback. Then, a look of joy flashed across his face. "Child, why are you here?" Du Tingxian raised his head. His long hair covered his forehead, and a smile appeared on his face. His lips were thin and his face was handsome. His eyes were kind, and he raised his hand slightly, as though he was going to touch Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's blood-red eyes disappeared, and a smile appeared in his clear eyes. He said softly, "My drunkard father isn't so sloppy anymore. He's very handsome." With that said, Du Xiaofu shook his arm, and a lightning hand print pressed down on the Du Tingxian in front of him. The Du Tingxian immediately dissipated into an image. Then, the picture blurred and gradually disappeared in midair. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled as a special rune light appeared within his eyes. This rune light seemed to be quite similar to the mysterious spirit eyes. It seemed as though they originated from the same source and originated from the same source. Pucci, at the same time, a small trace of blood overflowed from the corner of Zhu Shui's mouth, and a faint red color appeared in her rune eyes. Zhu Shui's eyes trembled, and the red light slowly disappeared. Then, she looked at the young man in front of her with shock. "Thank you for being merciful." Zhu Shui took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then, a bitter smile appeared on her red lips. Zhu Shui knew that she was defeated, and thoroughly defeated. If the other party had not been merciful, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Your illusory array is very strong, and your spiritual root is even more extraordinary. Du Xiaofu smiled and said softly, "It's just that I happen to dabble in illusory arrays, so I can barely beat you. I cast an illusory array on you, and I thought you were trapped in it. Who knew that in the end I had already been trapped in your illusory array, but I thought you were trapped in my illusory array. In fact, I am the one trapped in the illusory array. I am far inferior to this level of illusory array attainment. If you had not been merciful, I am afraid I would have at least been seriously injured. I lost." Zhu Shui smiled bitterly. She had used her spiritual root to enhance the illusory array, but she did not expect that in the end, she had been trapped in the illusory array by the other party. That illusory array was really terrible. There was no trace, and she was trapped in it unknowingly. Zhu Shui had always thought that she had been controlling the illusory array, and had trapped the other party in her talisman array. In the end, if the other party had not been merciful, her primordial spirit would have been seriously injured, and her primordial spirit would have been destroyed. Du Xiaofu smiled. Fortunately, he had not let go of his understanding of talisman arrays. Especially after surviving the disaster, his big brother Jin Qinchun had taught him a great trick, which was of the same origin as the profound soul eyes. It was also a terrifying illusory array. That illusory array was equivalent to the upgraded version of the profound soul eyes, and it was many times stronger than the profound soul eyes. It was even the trump card of his big brother Jin Qinchun. Therefore, whenever he had time, Du Xiaofu would study it. That illusory array was called Sumeru Illusion. When used to the extreme, it could make people fall into it unknowingly. However, it would always be normal in real life, and the person who fell into it would never know that they had fallen into an illusion. I lost. According to the rules here, I should go down one level. Zhu Shui smiled bitterly. She did not expect the other party's attainment in talisman arrays and the strength of his primordial spirit to be so terrifying. Chi. As her voice fell, Zhu Shui's beautiful figure pointed and immediately jumped down from the 8th Forging Divine Thunder platform. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. The pressure of Zhu Shui's spiritual root was not simple, and he was obviously affected. Fortunately, he happened to be in the illusory array. Coupled with the profound power of his primordial spirit, the star energy in the 7-star light pool purifying the spiritual platform, and the protection of the dark insight grass, he was able to take advantage of many coincidences and take advantage of the opportunity to control Zhu Shui in the illusory array. If Zhu Shui had used the power of her spiritual root or other methods, Du Xiaofu felt that he would have had to put in a lot of effort. How did Zhu Shui lose? The surrounding people, as well as the billions of eyes outside the space-time talisman array, were all puzzled. Not many people saw clearly how Zhu Shui lost. The two of them did not even fight from the beginning to the end. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng is too strong. However, those who knew how Zhu Shui was defeated were even more shocked. Continue. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly with a bitter smile on his face. Profound qi surged under his feet and he went straight to the 7th Forging Divine Thunder platform. At this moment, under the lightning platform, the ancient heaven sects Shui Ruhan, Xiang Ling, Yin Machen, Guzong, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, the World Society's silver-winged demonic condor, Yi Piaoling, and Chang Guyu were all watching intently. Outside the Divine Thunder Mountain range, in front of the space-time talisman array, Elder Gu Qingyang, Elder Changmingze, and the other elders of the ancient heaven sect were all staring at the talisman array. Sect Master, look at Muhan and Xiaofeng. Who won and who lost? In the ancient heaven sect, Protector Hao looked at the space-time talisman array and then asked Sima taking beside him. Sima taking Xing smiled bitterly. There was some light in his glazed eyes as he said softly, Xiao Feng is unfathomable. Moreover, he can only win and not lose. 4 updates. Today, 3 of the 4 updates are large chapters, enough to exceed 5 words. I woke up at 6 in the morning and haven't stopped writing for 14 hours. I still have a hangover. I believe that the book friends who have had a hangover know what a hangover is like. Therefore, for those trolls, little you can only tell them to keep their mouths shut. I didn't update yesterday and sent several notices to tell everyone not to wait too long. I was afraid that if everyone waited for the update, I would feel guilty. Every time something happened, I would use all kinds of methods to send a notice. I believe that as long as the readers read the original version, they would be able to see it immediately. I don't object to reading the pirated version, nor do I want to care. In addition, the so-called clicks, traffic, and popularity are really useless to any online writer. It wasn't like those trolls always thought that if they clicked on it, read it, and increased their popularity, they would increase the popularity of their writers and allow them to earn more money. Therefore, they would be their boss and the person who provided for them. The popularity of online writers has always been counted in the number of original subscriptions. It has nothing to do with pirated versions. Moreover, the advertisements on pirated websites will not give a single cent to the writer. Generally, no one will pay attention to those boring words. Also, Little You really doesn't rely on asking for flowers to make money. There's no need to scold him with flowers. Every time Little You asks for flowers, it's just a motivation. Moreover, every time he feels that he is not working hard, he will definitely not have the face to ask for flowers. During the New Year, the most messages Little You received were, "It's the New Year, let's explode." On Saturday, Sunday, May Day, National Day, and so on, he received all kinds of messages that were about to explode. In this way, which day was suitable for him to rest? Usually, even if he asked for leave, which time didn't they make up the chapters afterwards? Every time he exploded, the whole world would be filled with, "Little You, I love you." Every time he updated a day less, all kinds of trolls would scold him. Did Little You really update too little? Those who know how to count should be able to see it clearly. So, there's no need to explain. I just want to say, please understand, support, and forgive me. Xiao Yu had always paid attention to and noted down the general opinions and suggestions of his book friends. Of course, trolls are only a minority, and Little You had not bothered about them for a long time. It's just that he was still drunk today and was a little annoyed by them. He could only ask for your forgiveness again if it affected your reading. As for yesterday's stop, Little You had wanted to work harder to update more. Although there were some special circumstances, he still sent a notice. But no matter what the reason was, Little You was at fault. Little You would like to sincerely apologize to his readers again. Little You will try his best to not let everyone wait for him in the future. He will try his best to update on time. Chapter 931. As Du Xiaofu's figure landed, Sima Muhan raised her head slightly. There was a slight fluctuation in her purple eyes. Looking at the girl in front of him, Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask were filled with helplessness. However, he could feel that this girl's cultivation had improved extremely quickly in the past few years, especially the martial vein aura on her body. It seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It made people feel a great sense of danger. That Xiao Feng is very fierce. I wonder if Muhan can resist him. Below the lightning attraction stage, Qing Ling looked up. His wild and unruly aura was also extremely serious. Shui Ruhan said softly, "That Xiao Feng is unfathomable, so there's no way to judge Yin Machen, Si Ruofeng, Guzong, Qiao Ingmeng, Hao Guan and the other young elites of the ancient heaven sect were also watching closely. You've already dealt with 3 people. I'll let you have 3 moves. You can make the first move. On the divine lightning stage, Sima Muhan looked at the weapon Emperor Qiao Feng in front of her. She pouted slightly. Her red lips were tender, making people want to kiss her. You little girl, you should make the first move. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. This girl's temper was still the same as before. It was said that after he died, she even shed tears at his grave. If it weren't for her grass of immortality ultimacy and a piece of grass of immortality that gave birth to his vitality, he would have been dead by now. You think you can call me little girl? As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Sima Muhan immediately let out a tender shout, and the graceful figure immediately moved. The accessories on her wrist jingled, and a dazzling light gushed out from her delicate hands. The light was dazzling and a dazzling sword appeared. The mysterious runes on the sword flickered as if it was alive. It attracted the energy of heaven and earth, and a vast pressure enveloped the entire plaza. Boom! At the same time, runes flashed in Sima Muhan's light purple eyes on her beautiful face. A majestic aura that was not inferior to Shi Longyang and Enling Jun spread out like a wave, causing people's hearts to tremble. Swish! Swish! The shadow of the long sword swept through the air and arrived in the blink of an eye. That was Sword Will. Sima Muhan's graceful, charming, and seductive figure flashed out. The illusory image of the longsword, with an extremely mysterious arc and lightning speed, flew straight towards Du Xiaofu. This sword phantom brought with it a terrifying storm of energy. It was accompanied by the energy fluctuations of heaven and earth. It was like a hurricane, so magnificent that it made one shiver. 7-layered sky shadow sword, Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. This girl Sima Muhan had 3 absolute skills, and the 7 heavenly shadow sword was one of them. He had already fought with her before, but with this girl's current strength, the power was no longer the same as before. However, Du Xiaofu was no longer the same as before. He looked at the illusory sword light flashing towards him. His feet floated, and his figure took a step to the left. Whether it was intentional or not, he directly avoided the sword light in front of him. Sima Muhan's eyes focused slightly. The shadow of her sword changed, and her graceful body drew an alluring arc. Her hair fluttered in the wind, adding to her charm. A sword light circled around and entangled Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's figure was as swift as a deity, and his movements were unpredictable. A series of afterimages swept out, and once again dodged the sword light skillfully. Third young master's movement technique is much stronger than mine. Below the lightning platform, Shi Tu's eyes were fixed on the platform. He took the opportunity to comprehend the mysterious movement technique. The 2 swords did not even touch each other's corners. Sima Muhan's palm emitted a dazzling talisman pattern and condensed into the 3rd sword. Accompanied by a vast and mighty pressure, the shadow of the sword was like a tide, spreading towards Du Xiaofu at lightning speed. Du Xiaofu looked over and smiled faintly. His figure changed again, and he dodged again. Sima Muhan's delicate face finally changed. She realized that her opponent seemed to understand her 7-layered sky shadow sword. He knew where the shadow of the sword was as soon as the sword moved. Swoosh, swoosh, in the next moment, the long sword in Sima Muhan's hand changed. The sword move suddenly changed. A dazzling talisman pattern erupted, and the tip of the sword drew a strange arc in the void. The sword tip changed directly. The tip of the sword moved 3 times in a row, and each point was directed towards Du Xiaofu. Every time the tip of the sword tapped lightly, gorgeous talisman patterns would erupt. Bright Saint Sword Manual, 3 stacks of Yang Pass. Du Xiaofu smiled. This girl seemed to have seen through his understanding of the 7-layered sky shadow sword. She actually turned it into the Bright Saint Sword Manual. This move was the 3 stacks of Yangpas in the Bright Saint Sword Manual. Once mastered, one could point at heaven, earth, and man. Swish! His figure changed again. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed 3 times in a row, and his figure actually dodged once again. That Xiao Feng is too strong. The entire arena was stunned. Sima Muhan's consecutive attacks were extremely terrifying, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Xiao Feng's clothes. The way of the sword is not weak, but that Xiao Feng should be even stronger in the way of the sword. I'm really looking forward to it. On the Divine Thunder platform, the nameless robe fluttered slightly, and a blazing light appeared in his eyes. That Xiao Feng's attainments in the way of the sword seemed to be far above that of Muhan's. On the 6th peak of the Divine Thunder mountain range, Elder Gu Qingyang frowned slightly as he looked at the array. For Elder Gu Qingyang, although he had a good impression of Xiao Feng, when he saw that his grandniece couldn't even occupy the corner of Xiao Feng's clothes, his mood wasn't too good. Ancient Heaven Sect, on the mountain peak outside the Sky Marshal Square. At this moment, the expressions of many elders and protectors in the Ancient Heaven Sect changed. They looked at the scene in the space-time array, and seemed to be in a bad mood. Sima Ta Xing stood quietly, his glass-like eyes rippling as he stared intently at the space-time array. He said softly, "It seems that he has some understanding of the 7-layered Sky Shadow Sword and the Bright Saint Sword Manual. Could it be that guy is really him? The 7th sword, Heavenly Sword Phoenix Shadow?" After failing to make a series of sword moves, Sima Muhan's eyes turned completely serious. The illusory sword shadows in his hand changed, and layers of sword shadows swept out along with dazzling runes. In the end, they condensed into a sword tide that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Amidst the torrent of sword shadows that filled the sky, there was a faint illusion of a huge phoenix. A terrifying pressure accompanied by the pressure of the phoenix clan descended from the sky. Gee! The cry of the phoenix resounded, and the sword shadow tide was like a real phoenix that was about to spread its wings. Then, the terrifying sword intent, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of sword radiance, swept towards Du Xiaofu like lightning. What a powerful sword! Can that Xiao Feng easily dodge it? Under that terrifying sword move, countless gazes trembled, and many exclamations of shock rang out. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes, and the terrifying sword tide arrived in front of him in an instant. However, at the same time when millions of eyes were nervously watching, Du Xiaofu finally made his move. At the same time, a sword light condensed in his hand. With an extremely mysterious arc and lightning-like speed, the sword light directly swept towards the terrifying phoenix sword tide. This sword seemed to contain a great mystery as it gently swept out. Apart from being mysterious and unfathomable, this sword did not even bring about much energy fluctuation. However, it was precisely this sword glow that caused the frightening wave of phoenix sword shadows to be completely destroyed. It turned into countless sword glows that dissipated in the air. Then, all the sword lights disappeared, causing countless people to exclaim in surprise. Sima Muhan's beautiful figure was forced back, and her light purple eyes revealed a shocked expression. She looked at Weapon Emperor Xiao Feng and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" pointing to the sky. "That's the sword move of the 7-fold Sky Shadow Sword. Where did you secretly learn it?" At this moment, Sima Muhan was truly shocked. Just now, the equipment Emperor Xiao Feng in front of him had used the first move of the 7 Heavens Shadow Sword, pointing straight at the sky. However, it had dispelled the most powerful move of her 7 Heavens Shadow Sword, Heavenly Sword Phoenix Shadow. The 7-fold Sky Shadow Sword was a sword move of her grandmother's family, and it was impossible for anyone in the outside world to learn it. However, Sima Muhan was also able to feel that the move pointing to the sky that Xiao Feng had used just now seemed to be slightly different from the one she had learned, but its power and sword intent were stronger. Du Xiaofu looked at the woman before him and smiled lightly. "I didn't secretly learn it," and I learned it from you. I modified, pointing to the sky, while I was at it. Perhaps if you comprehend it in the future, it will be beneficial to your sevenfold sky shadow sword. Humph. Stop pretending. Sima Muhan grunted delicately as profound energy flashed out from the soles of her feet, and her beautiful figure suddenly stepped into midair. Her figure beneath her brocade dress was wrapped in a moving and charming manner as talisman markings erupted, and then an enormous grass-shaped object condensed into form before her. The grass was shaped like a mushroom and seemed material, and strands of terrifying pressure descended. Undying grass veined soul. Along with the appearance of this object, the gazes of everyone in the surroundings were suffused with intense fluctuations, and the young men and women below the lightning draw platform that were slightly weaker even felt their vitality being drawn out. Undying grass veined soul. It's a king amongst vain souls. What a formidable vain soul! On the body-forging divine thunder platform, ninefold spirit's gaze also fluctuated. Sima Muhan stood in the air, and her figure beneath her brocade dress was alluring. A terrifying pressure spread out from the undying grass-veined soul in front of her. Xiao Feng in front of her was stronger than she had imagined, and she had to give it her all. Whoosh! In a short moment, as the undying grass-veined soul condensed, it immediately turned into a dazzling arc of light that swept directly towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! Circles of dazzling talisman markings spread out from the undying grass-veined soul like divine light lingering around it, and the pressure was rolling, devouring vitality, and suppressing Du Xiaofu. That terrifying undying grass-veined soul had the power to destroy everything, and it was so terrifying that it made people tremble with fear. Under countless gazes, just as the terrifying undying grass-veined soul was about to suppress him, Du Xiaofu moved in Du Xiaofu's palm, a dazzling talisman markings also flashed out, and under countless shocked gazes, it turned into the same undying grass shadow that swept out. What Du Xiaofu activated was not the undying grass-veined soul, but the undying grass profound. Sima Muhan's lilac eyes suddenly fluctuated at this moment. The two undying grasses collided, and the pressure was endless, blooming in the air. Xiao Feng also knows the undying grass profound. In the ancient heaven sect, on the mountain peak outside the sky martial square, many elders and protectors looked up one after another, their eyes trembling. Young Hall Master is so strong. Below the thunder platform, the seven-star Hall disciples' eyes trembled, and they were boiling with excitement. How can you also know the undying grass profound? Sima Muhan exclaimed. She could feel that Xiao Feng's comprehension of the undying grass profound had reached a level that was not inferior to hers. A little girl gave it to me. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly, and activated the undying grass profound to resist Sima Muhan's undying grass-veined soul. The two confronted each other, and the talisman markings all over the sky flashed and shuttled back and forth. At this moment, in the confrontation between the undead grass-veined soul and the profound mysteries of the undead grass, Sima Muhan was obviously stronger, but with the support of his cultivation, Du Xiaofu was able to withstand it head-on. I hope she can also give you the greenwood martial vein. Sima Muhan's crisp words came out of her mouth, and as the last word fell, her eyes instantly surged with a strange, crystal-clear purple color. The talisman markings on her seductive body once again swept out, connecting with the undying grass, and dazzling light poured into the sky. In a short moment, Sima Muhan's undying grass-veined soul changed, turning into a crystal-clear green wood tree with a diameter of 3 meters, and the leaves of the undying grass covered the tree crown. Boom! At this moment, the sky trembled for no reason, and Sima Muhan's aura suddenly rose to the peak within the graceful martial vein. A terrifying invisible pressure spread over this part of the world, and it was full of vitality, sweeping across vast and mighty. The talisman markings were monstrous, and the supreme pressure descended upon the world. What a terrifying pressure! Below the divine thunder platform, the young men and women with lower cultivation were trembling, and their legs went soft. Their faces were pale, and it was as if the vitality in their bodies was being drawn out continuously. The pressure was irresistible. Greenwood martial vein, human sovereign talent, and the undying grass vein soul. Sima Muhan of the ancient heaven sect is indeed stronger than Enlingjun, Shi Longyang, and Zhu Shui. On the second forging divine thunder platform, Jiuling whispered softly. That Greenwood martial vein is not simple, it seems to be close to the human sovereign. Jiang Ruolin murmured softly, her eyes glowing. Little Muhan's Greenwood martial spirit is getting stronger and stronger. The last time she went back to her grandmother's clan, she actually evolved her martial vein and vein soul to another level. Using the Greenwood martial vein and undying grass vein soul to condense the undying wood, it is definitely comparable to a human sovereign. On the sixth peak of the divine Thunder Mountain range, Elder Gu Qingyang's ruddy face and his clear eyes were filled with shock. Muhan is already doing her best. Can Qiao Feng still resist? Below the lightning platform, Shui Ruhan, Qing Ling, Yin Machin, the Du family, and the World Society were all looking at the sky, and their eyes were filled with brilliance. Boom! On the top of the greenwood tree, Sima Muhan stepped on it. Her body was brimming with vitality, and she was covered in divine radiance, like an immortal. At this moment, under the double suppression of the undying grass vein soul shadow and Sima Muhan's greenwood martial vein, Du Xiaofu's undying grass could no longer resist the suppression of the greenwood martial vein. Cracks appeared on it, and it exploded. What a strong suppression! Du Xiaofu was stunned. It seemed that Sima Muhan had improved quite a bit in the past few years, especially with the fusion of the vein spirit and the martial vein. Its power was incomparably tyrannical, and being able to step onto the seventh divine thunder platform was definitely not due to luck. Walala! Under the suppression of the undying wood, a vast and ancient aura spread out, as if it was going to devour all the vitality in Du Xiaofu's body. Show me your true strength, or you'll lose. Sima Muhan stepped on the top of the undying wood tree, and the mysterious runes on her body bloomed, surging with vitality, like an immortal suppressing a demon. Sigh. Du Xiaofu sighed helplessly, and then a smile appeared in his eyes under the mask. On the surface of his body, there was a surge of thunder and lightning aura. Boom! Suddenly, there was thunder and lightning flashing in the sky, and a horrible killing power spread out. This kind of thunder and lightning aura fluctuation was the thunder and lightning ultimacy that Du Xiaofu had comprehended from the thunder martial vein. He had never used his real thunder martial vein. Under the thunder and lightning ultimacy, electric arcs flashed. Bolts of lightning gathered, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Then, they blocked the undying tree. This aura, at this moment, on the undying wood, Sima Muhan's purple eyes were filled with doubts. She stared at Du Xiaofu, and her eyes became more and more shocked. Stop it! Suddenly, Sima Muhan shouted loudly, and the handprint in her hand suddenly stopped. The undying wood in front of Sima Muhan immediately disappeared, and the greenwood martial vein and the immortal grass martial vein calmed down. The graceful figure directly floated in the air, and there was no aura fluctuation on her body. Du Xiaofu's eyes also changed. Suddenly, the thunder and lightning converged, and a surge of purple thunder and lightning surged around his body. His eyes were full of surprise. Stop what you're doing! Sima Muhan stared at Du Xiaofu's eyes, and stared at Du Xiaofu. Her graceful body directly stepped into the air, and walked toward Du Xiaofu. Facing the terrifying purple thunder and lightning gathered in front of Du Xiaofu, Sima Muhan clenched her fists and stepped forward. She shouted at Du Xiaofu, "If you have the ability, try to touch me." The beautiful figure walked forward. Sima Muhan's light purple eyes were filled with anger. She directly touched the purple thunder and lightning in front of Du Xiaofu without any resistance. What's going on? What's wrong with Sima Muhan? This sudden change caused everyone to be shocked and puzzled. No one knew what had happened, and they were all so shocked that they couldn't come back to their senses. Qiao Feng, who is he? Du Yunlong looked at the sky. Under the purple thunder and lightning, the thunder martial vein in his body was fluctuating. Senior Sister Muhan, what's going on? Senior Sister Muhan, be careful. On the ancient sky sect's Tianwu Square, outside the space-time array, many disciples of the ancient sky sect saw Sima Muhan walking toward the terrifying thunder and lightning energy without any resistance. They were afraid that even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. At this moment, on the mountain peak, Sima Tata's glazed eyes suddenly trembled, and a bright light shot out, staring at the space-time array. A super chapter of more than 5,000 words. Seeing the rumors in the book review section, Xiao Yu only wanted to say 6 words. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Chapter 932. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sima Muhan directly touched the purple lightning. At the moment of contact, the purple lightning in front of Du Xiaofu immediately retracted and dissipated into his body. Under the mask, there was a helpless smile in his eyes. You bastard, didn't you want to fight with me? I'm standing in front of you now. Touch me and you'll see. Sima Muhan angrily rushed in front of Du Xiaofu. Just as the purple lightning disappeared, the look in her eyes became even more determined. Looking at the angry girl in front of him, Du Xiaofu was also stunned. He didn't know what to do. This situation caught Du Xiaofu off guard. He wasn't prepared at all. You bastard, do you think I don't know who you are just because you're wearing a mask? Do you still think you can do it? As soon as she finished speaking, Sima Muhan was furious. Her pink fist directly smashed into Du Xiaofu's chest. With this punch, although she did not use profound qi, it still caused Du Xiaofu's body to retreat a step. You still have the 7 Sky Shadow Sword. The pink fist landed again. Du Xiaofu took another step back in the air. You still have the Grass of Immortality. The pink fist landed again. Du Xiaofu took a third step back. You bastard, why didn't you appear when you didn't die? You're still Qiao Feng? I'll make you Qiao Feng. You made everyone sad. You're really a bastard. Do you know how sad Marshal Granduncle and I are? Do you know that everyone is worried about you? Have you ever thought about everyone's feelings? I hate you. You bastard, you're a big bastard. Sima Mu-ha shouted as both of her hands landed on her white jade-like wrists. The bracelets that were shining with white light collided with each other, constantly emitting pleasant sounds. The anger in her angry purple eyes dissipated a little with every time her fists landed. Then, her eyes became moist, and her eyes were filled with tears. After the last punch landed, her delicate body stood in front of Du Xiaofu. 2 lines of sparkling tears flowed down her cheeks. Her eyes were filled with tears. This scene caused countless gazes to be filled with astonishment. Sima Muhan, the eldest miss of the ancient heaven sect, one of the top geniuses of the central continent, was actually crying in front of Qiao Feng. Senior Sister Muhan, what's wrong? Could it be that Qiao Feng is Senior Sister Muhan's lover? I've never heard of Senior Sister Muhan having a lover? On the ancient heaven sect square, all disciples were stunned. Muhan seems to know Qiao Feng? On a mountain peak not far away, many of the ancient heaven sect's experts looked on in shock, and they were confused by what was happening. Could it really be? The light in Sima Ta Xing's glass-like eyes became more and more dazzling. Qi under the mask, Du Xiaofu's eyes were also a little moist. He extended his hand to catch the 2 drops of tears that were dripping down her beautiful face and held them in his fist. Then, he extended his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said, I'm really a bastard. I made my master sad for me, made you sad, and made everyone who cares about me sad. I really am a bastard. As his voice fell, mysterious runes flashed on Du Xiaofu's purple soft armor. The purple soft armor turned into runes and disappeared, revealing a purple robe. Du Xiaofu raised his hand and took off the purple mask that had been on his face. At this moment, Below the lightning guiding platform, outside the space-time array, countless eyes were fixed on it. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, the silver-winged demon condor, Yi Piaoling, Qian Guyu, and the disciples of the ancient heaven sect were all holding their breaths and trembling. Stone, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Sun Wu, and the other disciples of the Seven-Star Hall were all nervous and expectant. They had never seen the true face of the young hall master. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoman's shoulder. Her golden eyes revealed a slight smile as she said softly, "This guy is really a bastard." On the Divine Thunder platform, Dongli Qi Huang, Ninefold Spirit, Nameless, Qing Xingnan, Jiang Ruolin, and Du Xiaoqing were all looking at each other. They were all curious about the true face under the mask. The mask was slowly taken off. Under the slightly scattered black hair, a young face of about 20 years old appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That face was young, but it looked more resolute and determined than his peers. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were clear. Boom! At this moment, under the lightning platform, countless pairs of eyes looked at the purple-robed youth and suddenly froze. Countless people's bodies were trembling. Outside the space-time array in the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, on the 6th peak, pairs of eyes trembled as if they had been electrocuted. Elder Gu Qingyang's face was lifeless. In his clear eyes, it was as if he had lost his mind. The determined face in the space-time array made him completely stunned. Martial Uncle Du, that's Martial Uncle Du. The Seven-Star Hall's weapon emperor Qiao Feng is Martial Uncle Du. That Qiao Feng isn't senior sister Muhan's lover, he's Martial Uncle Du. On the ancient sky sect's Tianwu Square, the eyes of the ancient sky sect's disciples trembled. At this moment, the purple-robed youth in the space-time array, who else could it be but Martial Uncle Du? There was no one in the ancient heaven sect who did not recognize the purple-robed man who had stepped onto the Divine Thunder platform. Back then, it was Martial Uncle Du who had left behind a series of legends in the ancient heaven sect. They had all personally witnessed just how domineering he was. On a mountain peak not far from the Tianwu Square, the space froze and the eyes of the powerhouses trembled endlessly. Sect Master, it's him, it's Du. After Protector Hao recovered from his shock, his gaze suddenly trembled as he looked at Sima taxing beside him. As he spoke, his voice trembled and stuttered. Sima taxing Xing's gaze froze inside the space-time array. His body trembled, and then a smile gradually appeared on his handsome face. Ha 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 ha, that smile became more and more intense. In the end, a bright light shot out from his eyes and into the sky, shaking the entire ancient sky sect. His laughter was like thunder that resounded through the sky. On the divine lightning platform, when that determined and resolute young face was revealed to the world at this moment, on the divine thunder platform, Qing Xingnan's body trembled, as if he had been electrocuted. His bright eyes shrank and his entire body became sluggish. On the divine thunder platform, Dongli Qihuang's gaze fiercely trembled and trembled. After a long time, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, he looked at the 4th divine thunder platform. Brother, my brother is still alive. My brother is still alive. On the 5th divine thunder platform, Du Xiaoqing's body trembled as green and red flames danced in her ethereal eyes. On the 9th divine thunder platform, Zhu Shui's eyes rippled as she looked at the face above. Her eyes were a little moist, but they soon disappeared. Then, a smile appeared on that delicate and beautiful face. It was a moving smile. Third brother, it's third brother. The Du family is very fortunate. It will prosper in the world. Du Yunlong shouted. Lightning flashed in his eyes and he looked ecstatic. Third brother is really not dead. The weapon Emperor Qiao Feng is third brother. Du Xiaoman smiled. Her smile was beautiful, but at this moment her bright eyes were moist. It's third brother, our third brother is still alive. The Du family disciples raised their heads, and lightning flashed in their eyes. President, the weapon Emperor Qiao Feng is the president. Its eldest brother. It's martial Uncle Du. Mo Wen, Ben Yo, Chiao Ingmeng, Guzong, Hao Bian, Feng Xiangyu, and the other ancient heaven sect disciples all burst out in cheers after recovering from their shock. Their faces were filled with excitement as if they had won the lottery. That kid is Du Xiaofu. Zhen Ling's eyes moved and a smile appeared on her face. She said softly, "He is indeed strong. It's good that I didn't fight with him. Brother Xiaofu, that's my brother Xiaofu." In the profound talisman sect, Guoming was shocked. Then, he cheered loudly, "Brother Xiaofu is not dead. Great, I'm here. Brother Xiaofu, do you see me below the lightning attraction stage?" Yi Piaoling, Qiangu Yu, Little Tiger, and the silver-winged demonic condor stared at the purple-robed young man. Their eyes were trembling. Countless pairs of eyes looked at each other. Du Xiaofu looked around the thunder-attracting platform, looking at the familiar and surprised gazes. He bowed slightly and his purple robe fluttered. He said softly, "I am still alive, and I will not announce it to the world. I have no other choice. In the future, I will not let everyone worry." As his voice fell, it echoed in the air. His voice was no longer hoarse. As the familiar voice echoed in the ears, many people's eyes trembled with joy. That young man had come back from the dead. They had regained what they had lost. Some people couldn't help but cry tears of joy. The Heavenly General Guard of the World Society greets the President. The Heavenly Pivot Hall's Silver Condor greets the Hall Master. Third Young Master. Below the lightning attraction stage, many figures flew into the air. Powerful auras soared into the sky. They saluted and knelt down on one knee. At this moment, all the eyes outside the space-time array in the central continent fell on the purple-robed man. Slap on the sixth peak of the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, Elder Hu Sanquan's shoulder was slapped hard by someone. The crisp sound almost made him fall off the mountain. "Elder Qingyang, why did you hit me?" Elder Hu Sanquan, who was in shock, immediately came back to his senses. He turned his head and stared at the person who had slapped him. It was Elder Gu Qingyang. "I'm not dreaming. It's not a dream. That's my disciple. My disciple didn't die. Ha ha." Elder Gu Qingyang laughed heartily, revealing his two front teeth. He excitedly hugged Elder Hu Sanquan and gave him a fierce bite on his old face. He laughed heartily and said, "Did you see that? My disciple didn't die. The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes. I was wondering how that brat could be so strong. He even hit it off with me. He is my disciple, Xiao Fu." Chapter 933. He's the president? Yin Hu, Anya Ing, Duo Sha, Yin Tianjue, and the others all looked up at the purple-robed young man in the sky above the divine thunder platform with astonishment in their eyes. When they saw Yi Piaoling and Qingu Yu bowing, they followed suit. "It's him, it's really him." Gu Xinyan, General, Li Yuxiao, Wu Kei, Ghost Child and the others were stunned. The face under the mask was just as they had imagined. It was a familiar face. So the young master is still so young. Lin Weiqi looked at the purple-robed young man in the sky. His young and resolute face surprised her. Compared to what she had imagined, the young man's face was much younger and had a resolute aura. It made her heart tremble. It seems like the young master has an extraordinary relationship with the ancient heaven sect, the Du family and the World Society. No wonder he helped them back then. Dong Li Diao thought to himself. He finally understood why the young master helped the World Society and the others back then. On the Divine Thunder platform, Du Xiaofu looked at the woman in front of him and wiped the tears off her beautiful face. He said softly, "I won't make you sad in the future. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I'll remember it in my heart." "You bastard, you're a big bastard." His light purple eyes looked at the familiar face in front of him, and Sima Muha's pink fist once again fiercely hammered his broad and sturdy chest twice. After that, he could no longer hold it in and threw himself into his sturdy embrace. The tears in his eyes were like water flowing out of a dam as he sobbed, You think you're really dead. Do you know how sad Marshall Uncle is? My father is sad too. I'm sad too. You didn't die, but you didn't tell us. How can you be so cruel? You bastard, you bastard. The sobbing became softer and softer. Her tears soaked Du Xiaofu's chest. Smelling the faint fragrance of her hair, listening to her sobbing, and feeling the warmth of her tears staining his chest, Du Xiaofu didn't know what he should say at this moment. He could only gently place his hands on the shoulders of the woman in his arms and hug her gently. Du Xiaofu's heart ached. He was indeed a bastard. He made the people who cared about him sad. He made the people closest to him worry. If he had exposed himself earlier, he would have attracted a lot of trouble. And that clan. Strength, everything is about strength. If I had enough strength, I wouldn't have to do this. I'm still not strong enough. Gently patting the shoulder of the woman in his arms, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes glowed with a golden light. All right, don't cry. Many people are watching. You're the grand young miss of the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu softly said to the woman in his arms. It's good that you're not dead. Sima Muhan raised her head. She seemed to have just realized that she was in his arms. Her face blushed and she immediately withdrew. She pouted and said, It's all because you made me cry. I'll settle this debt with you in the future. I'm not done with a bastard like you. I'm still your martial uncle. Give me some face. Du Xiaofu clicked his tongue. He really was a bit afraid of this girl. Once she did something, it would definitely not be a joke. Du Xiaofu, you bastard. Die for me. Just at this moment, below the divine thunder platform, a delicate shout resounded like thunder. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. They all looked over. Then, many people were stunned. The woman who shouted had a peerless appearance, a graceful figure, and big eyes. But at this moment, the peerless woman had her hands on her hips. She didn't care about her image at all. Her eyes were filled with anger. She seemed to know that she couldn't go up the divine thunder platform. She could only shout from below, Du Xiaofu, you bastard. Die for me. See how I'll deal with you. Ouyang Shuang shouted loudly. Her graceful body was trembling. Her big eyes were faintly moist. Tears quietly slid down her cheeks as she cursed. Shuang, you can deal with him in the future. This time, I'll help you deal with him. Du Xiaoman pulled Ouyang Shuang back. Her eyes were also red. This time, she really wanted to give that guy a good beating. Du Xiaofu looked down and saw the peerless face filled with anger. He couldn't help but tremble. That tomboy was even more terrifying than Sima Muhan, this little girl. It seems that you've provoked quite a few women. Sima Muhan glanced at Du Xiaofu from the corner of her eyes. Du Xiaofu was helpless. All right, you should continue to challenge the people above. Be careful. Jiang Ruolin is from the Xiandu Gate. She's also a human emperor. I suspect that she might have reached the martial emperor realm. As soon as Sima Muhan finished speaking, she tapped the air with the tip of her foot. Her graceful figure slowly descended from the sky and landed on the 8th Forging Divine Thunder platform. Boom! As Sima Muhan landed, Du Xiaofu could feel that the invisible restriction above had been opened. He could now ascend to the 6th Forging Divine Thunder platform. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the peerless face below the lightning platform that was still filled with anger. He secretly clicked his tongue. Then, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his figure rose into the air again. He then stepped onto the 6th Forging Divine Thunder platform. That bastard, he actually ignored me. Below the Divine Thunder platform, Ouyang Shuang stomped her feet angrily. However, at this moment, there was a smile in her large, moist eyes. The gloominess that had been on her body for the past few years was quietly swept away with the appearance of that sharp and resolute face. We'll deal with him later, Du Xiaoman said to Ouyang Shuang, comforting her. On the 6th Forging Divine Thunder platform, there was a fairy-like woman. She wore a light yellow dress that outlined a moving and graceful curve. Her ink-black hair rippled with a soft luster. Her ethereal eyes were clear and ethereal. Her eyelashes were deeply arched, and the outline of her face revealed an otherworldly elegance. Weapon Emperor Qiaofeng, so you're Du Xiaofu from the ancient sky sect. I've heard of you. Jiang Ruolin looked at the purple-robed youth, who landed in front of her and smiled. That smile was as pure as a pear blossom and as brilliant as a cherry blossom. It was enough to make any man's heart surge and lose his soul. Xiandu Gate, Jiang Ruolin. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. This Jiang Ruolin's aura was difficult to pry into, as if it was unfathomable. You seem to want to challenge everyone? Jiang Ruolin looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint elegance that was pure and untainted by dust. Including you. Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at the charming woman in front of him and faintly smiled. You're very strong, but I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to go up from here. As Jiang Ruolin's voice fell, her eyes began to clear. Her graceful body began to release a faint flame. This flame was very warm, but this warmth made one's heart palpitate, causing the surrounding space to tremble. It seems to be extraordinary. That kind of flame caused Du Xiaofu to tremble. In a short instant, the warm flame that lingered on Jiang Ruolin's beautiful figure spread to the mysterious symbols on her body. Soon after, it condensed into a set of armor that was burning with divine flames. It emitted a resplendent glow, causing her originally beautiful figure to become even more alluring. Today's update is complete. There will only be an update tomorrow. Chapter 934. Within the tight armor that was burning with divine flames, the figure was extremely alluring. Tisk! Jiang Ruolin made her move. Her movements were light and graceful, graceful and graceful. She looked very beautiful. As for that lithe figure, she instantly appeared before Du Xiaofu. Her jade-like hand lightly slammed down with a palm imprint that was wrapped in warm flames. However, it was as fast as lightning, bringing with it an extremely dangerous aura that caused the hearts of those who saw it to palpitate. Tisk! Du Xiaofu also moved at this moment. A palm print was pushed out like lightning. In the next moment, it fiercely collided with the former's palm print. Bang bang! When the two collided, a huge sonic boom reverberated. The force raged and the dazzling runes and flames disappeared without a trace. Thump thump! Jiang Ruolin's body was slightly pushed back. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, but she wasn't surprised. Very strong. Du Xiaofu's body didn't move, but his heart was filled with shock. Jiang Ruolin's strength was absolutely tyrannical. That graceful and alluring body of hers contained a frightening and vigorous power. Very strong indeed. I can only go all out. At the same time, as Jiang Ruolin's voice fell, she did not hesitate at all. Her hand seal changed and condensed, and a huge aura spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. The aura of the Nirvana realm of the Martial Emperor realm gushed out without any reservation. She is indeed at the Nirvana realm of the Martial Royal realm. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Sima Muhan's guess was right. Jiang Ruolin of the Xiandu Gate had indeed reached the Nirvana realm of the Martial Royal realm. With Jiang Ruolin's age, she had already reached the Nirvana realm of the Martial Royal realm. This was really terrifying. At this moment, a strange light started to spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. A soundless aura was undetectable. Then, it merged into the space and disappeared. At this moment, as the strange aura merged into the space and disappeared, the space trembled inexplicably. Boom! At the same time, mysterious runes flickered on Jiang Ruolin's delicate body. She channeled her artery soul, and a flaming bird that was not huge but had an incomparably terrifying aura flapped its wings and flew out. That terrifying aura fluctuation caused the surrounding void to ripple and reveal faint black mark. Sky-burning ancient swallow. That's Jiang Ruolin's pulse soul. It's ranked at the top of the heavenly beast list. Below the lightning attraction stage, a young man couldn't help but exclaim. Nirvana realm of the martial emperor realm, burning sky ancient yen vein spirit, Jiang Ruolin cannot be underestimated. On the divine thunder platform of the second forging body, the ninefold spiritual light Tao. She is indeed at the nirvana realm of the martial emperor realm. She has the spirit of the sky-burning ancient yen veins. However, her martial veins are even stronger. She is almost at the level of the human venerable. Sima Muhan pouted slightly. She lifted her head and looked at the purple-robed youth. She muttered to herself, "Bastard, you better be careful." In a short moment, as the pulse soul was formed, Jiang Ruolin did not delay. She activated her pulse soul, the sky-burning ancient swallow, and a terrifying gust of wind swept out. Warm flames spread out and bright runes flickered. The sky-burning ancient swallow flapped its wings and soared high into the sky. It then swooped down towards Du Xiaofu. Gee! The sky-burning ancient swallow opened its mouth and let out a long cry. It spat out warm flames that swept across the void in front of it like a wave. It wanted to burn the void clean. The warm flames came one after another. The warmth brought along a terrifying destructive aura. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of Du Xiaofu. The flames were like a swaying sea of fire. Vaguely, there was an illusory vision of stars being burned and falling. Jiang Ruolin is so powerful. Everyone looked at the space above them. Under the warm flames, their souls instantly shriveled and their hair stood on end. The majestic warm aura enveloped the surroundings, and the terrifying warm destructive pressure directly affected even the martial royal realm cultivators at this moment. The influence was pervasive. However, the one who was affected the most was Du Xiaofu. As the warm flames swept over, Du Xiaofu felt as if he had merged into a terrifying sea of fire. The terrifying aura seemed to want to imprison his profound qi and primordial spirit. The primordial spirit in the Naiwan palace in his mind started to feel dizzy and uncomfortable. The primordial spirit seemed to wither in the warmth and was about to be destroyed. She is more powerful than I imagined. However, let's end this quickly. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The strange light that had flashed in his eyes surged again. The mysterious runes in his eyes flickered, and the surrounding void suddenly trembled. Suddenly, Jiang Ruolin's gaze froze. She was shocked and her eyes froze. At that moment, the terrifying sky-burning ancient swallow's aura suddenly weakened. Skyshaker wings. A low shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. Suddenly, golden light erupted from his body. Strands of golden talisman runes gushed out from his hand like lightning and thunder, transforming into a golden brilliant wave. His aura was terrifying and monstrous, and golden light gushed out like a dazzling sun. The sky-burning ancient swallow was terrifying because it had an ancient bloodline. However, the skyshaker wings came from the golden-winged great rock. The golden-winged great rock was the supreme beast. The sky-burning ancient swallow could not be compared to it. Crash, layers of golden runes burst forth. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the terrifying sky-burning ancient swallow spirit vein in front of him was shattered into pieces. Pft! Jiang Ruolin spat out a mouthful of blood. She suddenly recovered from the shock. However, at that moment, a purple-robed figure wrapped in golden light appeared in front of her. An overbearing and ferocious aura swept over. The golden light rippled with terrifying sharpness. A handprint landed on her shoulder. Bang bang! An overbearing force suddenly poured down from Jiang Ruolin's shoulder, causing the surrounding space to distort. The divine flame armor shattered and the runes scattered. Jiang Ruolin spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body heavily smashed onto the divine lightning stage. Boom! A huge force poured out, overbearing and ferocious, causing the divine lightning platform, which Jiang Ruolin's delicate body was charging towards, to tremble. Du Xiaofu didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sect. Defeating Jiang Ruolin was only one of his battles. Later on, Jiu Zhuling and the others would only be stronger. He could only win, not lose. Showing mercy in front of his opponent was cruel to himself. There would be stronger opponents later on. He could only end the battle as soon as possible. If he showed any mercy in the battle, his opponent might turn the tables. Therefore, Du Xiaofu could only show no mercy. Jiang Ruolin was definitely not a woman who needed to show mercy. If anyone showed mercy to such a terrifying woman, it would be too late for regrets. Jiang Ruolin stood up from the divine lightning stage. She once again spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura was weak. That palm had already caused her to suffer heavy injuries. The entire surroundings seemed to have quieted down at this moment. Under the countless gazes, they only saw Du Xiaofu ignoring Jiang Ruolin's pulse spirit. He only used the second move to heavily injure Jiang Ruolin. Looking at the scene on the divine lightning stage, it was out of the expectations of most of the young talents of the Central State. Jiang Ruolin's reputation and strength had long been famous in the Central State. She was the fairy of the Xiandu Gate, the strongest expert of the Xiandu Gate's younger generation. She was a genius who had broken through to the martial king realm before the age of 20. She was considered a genius of the Xiandu Gate that was rarely seen in thousands of years. And now, this genius of the Xiandu Gate was easily defeated by Du Xiaofu. Under the silent divine lightning stage, everyone was waiting to see if Jiang Ruolin would continue to attack. After all, at this moment, Jiang Ruolin still had not activated her martial pulse. That was her strongest strength. At this moment, although Jiang Ruolin had already suffered heavy injuries, she was not completely powerless to continue fighting. I lost. You win. In the silent atmosphere, Jiang Ruolin's voice could be heard clearly from the divine lightning stage. Jiang Ruolin actually admitted defeat. Following Jiang Ruolin's words, many people around the divine lightning stage were astonished. Looking at the purple-robed, long-haired young man in front of her, Jiang Ruolin's gaze was complicated. Among the younger generation of the Xiandu Gate, she had never been defeated. Although there were many geniuses gathered in the sealed ancient land, she was confident that even Jiu Ling, Dongli Qihuang, Wu Ming and the others would have to see their strength first if they wanted to defeat her. But just now, she knew clearly that if Du Xiaofu had not shown mercy to her, she would not have just suffered heavy injuries. Chapter 935. Excuse me. Du Xiaofu nodded with a smile in his eyes. Even if I use my full strength, I won't be your opponent. Why should I embarrass myself? However, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely find you to spar again. Jiang Ruolin smiled. She was still like a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. After she finished speaking, she leaped down. He won again. Haha, Xiaofu won again. On the sixth peak of the divine Thunder Mountain range, Elder Gu Qingyang's rosy face smiled like a blooming flower as he watched the scene in the space-time symbol array. He was so excited that he kept patting Elder Hu Sanquan's shoulder. Although Elder Gu Qingyang didn't use his Xian Qi as a super expert, this pat caused Elder Hu Sanquan's shoulder to hurt so much that it felt like it was about to shatter. Elder Hu Sanquan's face was filled with helplessness. He could only quietly take a step back. Bang! Elder Gu Qingyang continued to slap Elder Hu Sanquan's shoulder out of habit. However, due to a moment of carelessness, Elder Gu Qingyang staggered and almost fell. Looking at Elder Hu Sanquan who was retreating, Elder Gu Qingyang grinned. Without the temperament of a super expert, he continued to slap Elder Hu Sanquan's shoulder with indescribable excitement. Do you see? My disciple is so powerful. No one can defeat him. Elder Hu Sanquan rolled his eyes at Elder Qingyang. His gaze was filled with grievance and helplessness. When he mentioned the past, he even faintly felt heartache. When Elder Qianmingzi and the others beside him heard Elder Gu Qingyang mention the past, they all started to feel heartache. If they knew that the fellow who appeared back then was so fierce and terrifying, they wouldn't have let him go even if they were beaten to death. In the end, Elder Gu Qingyang took advantage of the situation. Otherwise, How glorious would it be for them to have such a ferocious disciple under their wing. Qi. On the fifth body forging divine thunder platform, Du Xiaofu's figure had just landed when a green figure instantly jumped into his arms. Girl. Du Xiaofu smiled and gently hugged the woman who had jumped into his arms. There was a faint smile on his resolute face. Du Xiaofu was relieved that the girl, Du Xiaoyao, and little Tiger were all fine. Brother, I thought you didn't want us anymore. Du Xiaoqing raised her head. On her devastatingly beautiful face, her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream. At this moment they were suffused with joy. Over the years, Du Xiaoqing's appearance had changed a lot. However, even though she was already 17 or 18 years old, there was still a hint of youthfulness about her, which was a little too compatible with her seductive body. Silly girl, it's good that you're fine. Du Xiaofu smiled. This girl's cultivation seemed to have improved at a terrifying rate in the past few years. Being able to step onto the fifth forging divine thunder platform was already the best proof. After faintly smiling, Du Xiaofu looked at the woman in front of him and said, "We'll talk later. Right now, let me see how strong you are." "I don't want to fight, brother. I can feel it. I'm not brother's opponent anyway." As soon as her voice fell, Du Xiaoqing's foot lightly tapped on the divine thunder platform. Her body immediately retreated in a straight line. Her slightly youthful-looking figure was curvy and her eyes were ethereal. Her cherry-red lips smiled and she asked Du Xiaofu, "Brother, do you want to defeat everyone?" "Yes, you can only win, you can't lose." Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Her pure and innocent temperament made it impossible for people to feel any evil intentions. Du Xiaoqing's gaze swept across the fourth forging divine thunder platform and looked at the tall and slender woman. Her ethereal eyes revealed a hint of displeasure as she said, "Brother, the Stone Dragon Empire is ungrateful. That woman is heartless to you. You can't show her any mercy. Otherwise, I'll ignore you in the future." As soon as her voice fell, Du Xiaoqing glared at Du Xiaofu with a hint of coquettishness in her eyes. Then, the young and graceful figure tapped on the ground and slowly landed on the sixth body forging divine lightning platform. A bitter smile surfaced on Du Xiaofu's face as he watched the young and graceful figure descend. Subsequently, he raised his head slightly and looked at the fourth body forging divine thunder platform above. A trace of emotion flashed across his clear eyes before it was withdrawn and disappeared. Below the lightning platform, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong and the others looked at the platform with complicated expressions. Qi. Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the fourth forging divine thunder platform. He landed gently without causing any ripples. Qing Xingnan's body trembled as she looked at the purple-robed young man. She never thought that they would meet again. Deep in her eyes there were complicated emotions. They were very ethereal and deep, their eyes met for a long time. There was an inexplicable silence in the air. What's wrong with those two? Below the lightning platform, some people felt puzzled and whispered among themselves. "I think it's time for me to congratulate you." Looking at the woman before him, Du Xiaofu broke the silence. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. A faint smile rippled across his resolute face. Hearing that, Qing Xingnan's heart trembled. That calm voice made her tremble. That congratulation caused a complicated feeling to surge out from the depths of her heart. Qing Xingnan's eyes seemed to be suppressing something. Then, a smile appeared in her eyes. Her smile was captivating. She was no longer the same person as before. There are some things that don't necessarily need to be congratulated. However, you're still alive and that's worth congratulating. I no longer have any regrets. Qing Xingnan smiled. Yes, I'm still alive. Du Xiaofu shrugged and smiled. On the first body forging divine thunder platform, the eyes of the easternly Scarlet Phoenix's divine soul turned gloomy as it looked at the fourth body forging divine thunder platform. That bastard, he doesn't know what to do after seeing that woman. He deserves it. Below the lightning platform, Ouyang Shuang looked up and stomped her feet coquettishly. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Du Xiaoman saw this and looked at the peerlessly beautiful woman beside her. She smiled faintly and did not say anything. On the divine thunder platform, Cheng Xingnan's dimples were shallow. She smiled sweetly, but she had the aura of a lily. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "Weapon Emperor Qiaofeng, it seems that you've fooled everyone. I've also made many people worried. I'm quite a bastard." As Du Xiaofu spoke, he unconsciously looked at his family below. When he saw a peerlessly furious face, his heart could not help but tremble. He immediately retracted his gaze. The change in Du Xiaofu's expression was noticed by Cheng Xingnan. Her cheeks moved slightly, and her eyes trembled slightly. However, there was a kind of power that could take one's soul away, making it seem very ethereal. A moment later, Cheng Xingnan opened her mouth and said, "We haven't fought yet. From the standpoint of my sect, I can only do my best." Divine Light Court. Du Xiaofu's clear eyes flickered with golden light. He looked at the woman in front of him and took a deep breath. A faintly discernible domineering aura spread out from his body. He said, "Since you're representing the Divine Light Court, let's do it. I don't have a good impression of the Divine Light Court. I'm in the sect and I can't do as I please." Amidst the tender feelings, there was a subtle complexity that was not easily noticed. Cheng Xingnan's eyes were blurred and the shadow of a seal covered her. "I won't hold back against the Divine Light Court. Do your best." Du Xiaofu raised his head. Golden light flashed in his eyes and lightning flashed. The surrounding void began to tremble faintly. There was a fluctuation of heaven and earth energy, and a storm was coming. Cheng Xingnan's eyes trembled as she looked at the young man in front of her. A moment later, she tapped her feet lightly and her beautiful figure immediately drew a seductive arc in midair. Then, she floated in midair. A dazzling light was released from her beautiful body. The terrifying aura of a martial emperor at the Nirvana realm swept across the sky. Boom! This side of the void trembled with a loud bang. The dazzling light bloomed like the divine light of the sun, releasing a powerful and terrifying pressure. Cheng Xingnan is also at the Nirvana realm of the martial emperor. He has hidden his strength well. Cheng Xingnan released the aura of a martial emperor at the Nirvana realm, causing the surrounding geniuses to exclaim in surprise. Back then, the old ancestor of the Divine Light Court was known as a terrifying figure. He's very extraordinary. On the mountain outside the space-time charm array of the ancient heaven sect, Sima Tuxing's deep eyes flickered as he watched the scene inside the space-time charm array. Master Du Xiaofu and Cheng Xingnan seemed to have some relationship in the past. Protector Hao looked at the space-time charm array with some worry in his eyes. "He's inside there. I'm afraid he doesn't know what's happening outside. Moreover, with that kid's temper, he won't be restrained too much. He knows what's going on. Now we should worry about the Stone Dragon Empire," Sima Tuxing murmured softly. Dazzling world. Above the void, Cheng Xingnan's graceful figure was surrounded by a dazzling light like a miracle. It illuminated her figure like a banished immortal. There was a kind of untainted pressure in the light. It was like a star falling from the ninth heaven. The light filled the air and the divine light shrouded it. It was like a continuous mountain that suppressed Du Xiaofu. The terrifying light was like the arrival of a vision, like the birth of a miracle. Chapter 936. Just as the dazzling light and huge pressure came crashing down, Du Xiaofu's celestial qi spread out along with the dazzling runes. Boom! The aura in the sky surged, almost distorting the space. At this moment, the golden light in Du Xiaofu's eyes turned into dazzling starlight. It was as if two stars were spinning and were about to fall into the mortal world. Facing Cheng Xingnan's dazzling light, Du Xiaofu's body crossed the space. His purple robe fluttered, and the light around his body was like stars spinning. Waves of vast celestial qi spread out from his body, and waves of mysterious light runes surged. The purple-robed figure was now wrapped in starlight. His domineering figure became extraordinary, as if he was the Son of God descending to the mortal world. He was so noble that it made people's hearts tremble when they looked up. Walala! The surging light pressure came crashing down, but it couldn't be shaken by this figure. Under the starlight, it even seemed to be afraid and directly moved to the sides of the domineering figure. Stepping into the surging light, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. Under the surprised gazes of many people around him, the dazzling talisman patterns around him also suddenly turned into a huge handprint of more than 100 feet. The moment the handprint appeared, the surrounding space suddenly shook. A terrifying pressure that was even stronger than Qing Xingnan's light pressure came crashing down, causing the gazes of many prodigies below to change abruptly. Brilliant star seal. As the handprint landed, Du Xiaofu pressed it forward. Dazzling runes surged out from the handprint and engulfed the light. The light on the divine thunder platform was engulfed, causing the surrounding space to fall into the night. The handprint was like the most dazzling star in the night sky releasing its light. It brought with it a vast aura that covered the sky. The pressure was unparalleled and suppressed the sky. What a strong pressure! Is this the star profound meaning? Could this be his true strength? When the star seal appeared, countless shocked voices could be heard. Some people gasped. That aura was clearly stronger than Qing Shengnan's dazzling aura. That's Qi Yishi's method. He knows how to do it. The general, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Ghostchild, and the rest of the spectators in the square below were all shocked and confused as they watched Du Xiaofu's hand seal. They could tell that it was Qi Yishi's doing. Halala! Wherever the terrifying handprint passed, it directly destroyed the dazzling light around Qing Xingnan and suppressed him. Within the starlight, there was also the terrifying and violent power of the descending stars. That violent power could affect space and devour light. It was as if a starry sky had descended. Qing Xingnan's beautiful face changed greatly. Her hand seals changed rapidly, and dazzling rays of light were released from her tall and slender body. That dazzling light seemed to transform into a barrier of light that obstructed space. At this moment, Qing Xingnan was absolutely terrifying. He definitely did not rely on luck to be able to set foot on the fourth body-forging divine thunder platform. However, that star seal seemed to be innately able to restrain that dazzling light. It could devour light, and penetrate space like real stars. Below the lightning platform, under the trembling gazes of everyone who felt the tremendous pressure, the star seal assimilated space wherever it passed. Faintly discernible spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Finally, it appeared in front of Qing Xingnan. "You've lost!" Du Xiaofu shouted. The star-like rays of light fell, as if a sea of stars was shaking. There was a strange phenomenon of stars falling. Pfft! The light on Qing Xingnan's delicate body shattered. It was as if she had been hit by countless stars in the galaxy. Her delicate body was shaken to the point that she coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Then, she smashed heavily onto the fourth body-forging divine thunder platform. As Qing Xingnan's delicate body fell with blood, Elder Rin Lei and the others of the Divine Light Court on the Divine Thunder Mountain Range all looked abnormally embarrassed. Qiao Feng was actually a disciple of the ancient Sky Sect. At this moment, he had defeated Qing Xingnan, who had obtained the inheritance of the Divine Light Ancestor. This was definitely not a good thing for the entire Divine Light Court. Ha 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 ha, he won again, he won again. On the sixth peak of the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, Elder Gu Qingyang was so excited that he was dancing with joy. His two front teeth were protruding out of his mouth. However, when he was about to pat Elder Hu Sanquan's shoulder out of habit, he missed once again. Elder Hu Sanquan had already quietly hidden beside Elder Chang Mingze at some point in time. In the next instant, Elder Chang Mingze and Elder Hu Sanquan both felt pain at the same time. Elder Gu Qingyang rushed between the two of them, his left and right hands continuously landing on their shoulders. He bared his two front teeth and said excitedly, "Did you see that? Did you see that? This daddy's disciple won again. We saw it, we saw it." Elder Qiao Mingze and Elder Hu Sankuan were helpless. "Young Hall Master is so brave. Our 7-star hall will prosper." On the 10th peak, Elder Yao Xing, Elder Cloud Leopard, Elder Yun Ziqin and the others were all extremely excited. In the ancient sky sect, Sima Taxing smiled and said softly, "He really didn't drag things out." On the 4th body-forging divine thunder platform, Ching Xingnan stood up, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She looked at the once familiar youth floating in the air. The distance between them was only 100 feet, but at this moment it was like a chasm. Ripples rippled deep within Ching Xingnan's bright eyes. She looked at the young man floating in the air. Only then did she gradually realize that all along, it was not that there was a gap between them. Instead, it was the gap between them. At this moment, this gap seemed to be growing wider and wider. "You've lost," Du Xiaofu said calmly as he hovered in the air and looked at the woman on the divine thunder platform with blood at the corner of her lips. It was this calm voice that made Ching Xingnan's heart tremble. There was a faint trace of pain, as if her heart had been pricked by a needle. There was a bitter smile in the depths of her eyes. She raised her head slightly and said softly, "Yes, I've lost." Looking at the girl with a weak aura, Du Xiaofu originally thought that he could meet her like a passerby. However, at this moment, it was still difficult for him to remain calm. His voice became gentler as he said softly, "Do you remember when you asked me to wait for you in the Savage Beast mountain range?" Ching Xingnan's eyes could not help but tremble when she heard this. "You'd better behave when I'm not around. Otherwise, when I return, I won't let you off." Those words echoed in her mind. However, when she saw him again, he was fighting a bloody battle for Enlightenment City. At that time, there was another him by her side. She had her own helplessness. Back then, she did not know if she had wavered or not. Later on, everything changed too quickly. At this moment, no one could see that the coldness in the eyes of Dongli Qihuang's divine soul on the divine thunder platform was becoming more and more intense. "I remember, but you've forgotten." After a moment, Ching Xingnan nodded slightly. Her eyes fluctuated as if something was about to surge out. She turned around and her beautiful figure landed on the divine thunder platform. "You've already died once. Why should you deliberately forget? I've already let it go." Du Xiaofu floated in the air and looked at the figure that landed on the platform. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. As if she had heard Du Xiaofu's soft words, Ching Xingnan's eyes moistened the moment she landed on the divine thunder platform. Something seemed to overflow from the corner of her eyes, but she forcefully held it back. "Continue, fight." Du Xiaofu stepped into the air and looked at the divine thunder platform. His purple robe fluttered slightly, and battle intent surged in his eyes. Furthermore, it is still in the mountains, so it is very convenient to write a lot of words. Xiao Yu is also the best man, so there will be a slight delay. Tomorrow is the groom's wedding. Yesterday and today can only be guaranteed to be updated. Tomorrow is also the same. Everyone, please bear with me. Today is the Lantern Festival. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival and good health. Chapter 937. On the 5th Divine Thunder platform, Ching Xingnan was still looking at the purple-robed young man. She thought of the past and felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. She didn't know if everything she had chosen was worth it. Was it fate, or was she not determined enough? Or was it her identity as a royal family that pushed her to where she was today? Was everything she had done right? At this moment, no one could answer her heart. Ching Xingnan suddenly remembered what her sister Ching Yen said to her on the eve of the engagement. But she knew that the past was getting further and further away. Below the lightning-attracting platform, Ouyang Shuang looked up and let out a soft snort. Her beautiful face quietly looked much better. Qi. Du Xiaofu landed on the third divine thunder platform. His purple robe fluttered slightly. On the third divine thunder platform, there was a young man with a lifelike sword-shaped pattern embroidered on his shoulder. This young man exuded a cold aura. His skin was white and his black eyes were as cold as ice. It was as if he could see through reincarnation. Intelligent sword sect. Du Xiaofu looked at the sword-shaped pattern on the young man's shoulder. It wasn't hard to guess that this young man came from the intelligent sword sect. The side of his face was as sharp as a knife, giving people a feeling of sharpness. It was like an unsheathed sword. Very strong. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he observed the faintly discernible aura of the young man. It was unfathomable and extremely dangerous. This invisible feeling made Du Xiaofu feel that the young man in front of him was much scarier than Qing Xingnan and Jiang Ruolin. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that he was about to face a real battle. I don't care if you are Qiao Feng or Du Xiaofu. Are you the disciple of the revered weapon master? Wu Ming spoke. His voice was as cold and indifferent as his breath, like a sharp blade. His figure under the long robe was slender, with 3 sheathed long swords of gold, white, and yellow on his back, spreading out like a fan. Whether I am Qiao Feng or Du Xiaofu, I am still the disciple of my master, the venerable equipment master. Du Xiaofu raised his head. His eyes were resolute and there was a golden light fluctuation. Du Xiaofu had learned from the ninefold spirit that Wu Ming from the intelligent sword sect was looking for him. He probably didn't come with good intentions. As for John Dou's background, Du Xiaofu also knew something from Dongli Diao and Lin Weiqi. This person was the number one among the younger generation of the Huijian sect. He was obsessed with swordsmanship and was an absolute sword maniac. His cultivation was unfathomable. In terms of sword Dao, Wu Ming had long surpassed his peers. Even many elders of the Huijian sect were ashamed of their inferiority. That's good. I didn't find the wrong person. Wu Ming raised his head slightly and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said softly, Your master, the venerable equipment master, owed a debt. It's been 1,400 years. It's only right for the disciple to repay his master's debt. As his voice fell, Wu Ming waved his hand. Like a sharp blade being unsheathed, a dazzling talisman suddenly burst out from his hand. Then, a dazzling illusory energy sword appeared in his hand. It was as if it was made by heaven, with runes flashing. Buzz. The energy sword in his hand was like a real thing. It buzzed like the wind and thunder. The sound of the sword pierced through gold and jade, causing pain in people's eardrums. Condensing qi into a sword. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. It wasn't too difficult to condense a sword with qi. People with low cultivation could do it. However, it was definitely difficult to see someone who could condense a sword with qi to Wu Ming's level. As the energy longsword trembled, the spatial ripples around it shook slightly. It's only right for the disciple to repay his master's debt. No matter what debt my master left behind, I'll take it. Du Xiaofu didn't ask further. Wu Ming, the number one of the younger generation in the Huijian sect, would definitely not speak carelessly. No matter what debt his master left behind, he would take it. You're quite responsible. Wu Ming looked at Du Xiaofu. His indifferent temperament was like the energy sword in his hand. He said, I started learning the sword when I was 3. It's been 22 years since then. From the first day I started learning the sword, my master told me that if I ever met the disciples and descendants of the venerable equipment master, Xiahou Fenglei, I had to defeat them one by one. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to learn the sword. At this moment, Wu Ming was still calm. His way of the sword had already reached the point where it belonged to his heart. He had been waiting for this day. He had waited for 22 years. As for the reason behind his master's departure, he never asked. There was no need to. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. He didn't know who his master had offended in the Huijian sect. He had left behind a debt for no reason. But it was fine. He needed to fight now anyway. Way of the Sword. The profound energy on Du Xiaofu's body trembled slightly as he gazed at the energy sword image condensed in nameless hand. An invisible aura was revealed, and an oppressive force spread out in the surroundings. A sword condensed from profound energy appeared in his hand. Boom! The energy sword in front of Du Xiaofu was exactly the same as the heavenly palace of purple gold. Suddenly, an aura that was definitely not weaker than Wu Ming's swept through the air. Faintly, the space around them froze. The two auras clashed with each other for no reason. The two of them hadn't made a move yet, but the atmosphere suddenly became tense. They hadn't made a move yet, but their auras were already clashing. The confrontation only lasted for a moment before the two auras were annihilated in the air at the same time. You don't have to choose the way of the sword. You're no match for me in the way of the sword. Wu Ming looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly. He had absolute confidence in the way of the sword. Is that so? Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. However, at the same time, the aura on his body suddenly became domineering and fierce. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, bringing with it a sharp and domineering aura. The Xian Qi on his body swept out like a storm. Swish, in the next moment, the energy sword in Du Xiaofu's hand shook, and a golden sword image instantly shot out. Every sword radiance carried a terrifying aura as it drew in the surrounding space. Faintly, electric arcs began to gather in the air. Flower-splitting willow. This is the flower-splitting willow from the Bright Saint Sword Manual. On the sixth peak of the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, Elder Hu Sankuan also became a little nervous at this moment. He said with anticipation, "In the way of the sword, those guys from the Huijian sect do have some skill in using the sword. I heard that Wu Ming is a genius in the way of the sword. Xiaofu is playing to his strength." Nonsense, those guys from the Huijian sect have some skill in using the sword. Do you think our ancient sky sect's Bright Saint Sword Manual is weak? If Xiaofu defeats Wu Ming in the way of the sword, let's see if those old guys from the Huijian sect will still dare to draw their swords when they see me in the future. Elder Gu Qingyang rushed, looking forward to his precious disciple being able to stand up for him. Beside him, Elder Qianmingzi, Elder Hu Sankuan, and the others rolled their eyes at Elder Gu Qingyang. They naturally knew that an old sword maniac from the Huijian sect had defeated Elder Gu Qingyang 9 times in a row in the way of the sword. Each time, Elder Gu Qingyang's face was covered in dirt. This was regarded as Elder Gu Qingyang's biggest embarrassment in history. However, there were not many people in the Ancient Sky sect who knew about this matter. Moreover, those who knew did not dare to spread it. If they provoked Elder Gu Qingyang, it would not be a joke. On the Divine Thunder platform, as Du Xiaofu drew his sword, Wu Ming's eyes moved. It was as if every slight movement and expression of Du Xiaofu, as well as every trace of profound energy fluctuation, was being spied on. Buzz. Wu Ming drew his sword. The energy phantom sword stabbed out. It was a simple sword, but it was swift and fierce. It was unparalleled in its ferocity. It directly broke Du Xiaofu's flower-splitting willow. Du Xiaofu was surprised. With a simple sword, he already knew how terrifying Wu Ming was. Immediately, the energy phantom sword in his hand changed. Du Xiaofu's sword tip pointed at the void 3 times in a row, erupting with gorgeous runes. This was the Yang Pass 3 stacks from the Bright Saint Sword Manual. It blocked Wu Ming's path at the top, middle, and bottom. Wu Ming was still indifferent. The phantom sword in his hand changed continuously. He drew his sword again and pointed it 3 times, once again breaking Du Xiaofu's Yang Pass 3 stacks. Swish, swish, immediately, the two sword rays intertwined. Wind and thunder roared. The sword rays seemed to be very simple sword moves, but they contained the great Tao. They were continuous, and the sword rays came one after another. The two exchanged blows. There was not much noise, only the sound of wind and thunder reverberating in the void. Streaks of sword light streaked across the air in mysterious arcs, leaving behind traces of vacuum in the air. Whoosh! The sword rays shone brightly, and the mysterious runes on the talisman shone brightly. They almost drowned the void, and the clanging sounds were endless. The more Du Xiaofu fought, the more shocked he became. In terms of the sword principle, Wu Ming was too strong. He was unbelievably strong. The sword rays that swept over were almost impossible to break. From the beginning to the end, Wu Ming had a faint and indifferent temperament, as if he did not have any human emotions. In terms of the sword principle, no one in the same generation can be senior brother Wu Ming's opponent. Below the lightning platform, the young talents of the Huijian sect had absolute confidence at this moment. Since he was young, Wu Ming only had the sword in his life. The sword was everything. In the Huijian sect, Wu Ming had never been defeated. In terms of the sword principle, many elders and experts of the Huijian sect admitted defeat. In the entire Central Plains, there were many famous swordsmen. Before the age of 18, Wu Ming had visited them one by one. There was only one result. He had never been defeated. At this moment, all eyes fell on the sword shadows of the two people on the Divine Thunder platform. Chapter 938. The two sword shadows kept crossing each other. The sword shadows never really touched each other. Both of them were in the martial royal realm, but their figures were moving very slowly. Only the sword shadows in their hands were moving very quickly. The sword shadows kept changing. Both of them couldn't leave the basic changes of the sword edge, including sealing, tripping, poking, entangling, and chopping. Their sword moves were continuous and endless. However, in the eyes of some people, such a battle was neither exciting nor intense compared to Du Xiaofu and Qing Xingnan, Zhu Shui, Shi Longyang, and Ling Jun, and the others. It shouldn't be a battle between two martial royal realm cultivators at all. John Doe is so powerful. I didn't expect Du Xiaofu to have such attainments in the sword principle. However, many people watched the battle between the two that was neither intense nor exciting. Cold sweat broke out on their back. His sword moves are already moving according to his heart. John Doe is so powerful. On the second forging Divine Thunder platform, Jiuling's eyes were also fluctuating. In the sword principle, John Doe is very strong. Sima Muhan's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, people around spat out blood. They spat out blood unknowingly. Don't look at their sword techniques. They are competing with sword will now. It will hurt people's minds and souls. Immediately, someone shouted, reminding those with lower cultivation. Their sword principle is too terrifying. Many people seem to have been enlightened by this loud shout. They immediately regained their senses and broke out in cold sweat. Only then did they realize how terrifying the power contained in this battle that was neither exciting nor intense was. John Doe's sword principle is so powerful. On the sixth peak of the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, Elder Gu Qingyang also became serious as he watched the scene in the space-time talisman array. Elder Gu Qingyang could see that John Doe from the Huijian sect was too strong. Even if his precious disciple was using the sword moves from the Bright Saint Sword Manual, he was still suppressed. Holy Sword Roar! The Divine Thunder platform, which was not very exciting or intense, finally started to become intense. Du Xiaofu, who had been suppressed all this while, instantly congregated a series of complex and mysterious sword moves on the illusory sword shadow in his hand and finally turned into the simplest slash. It was a simple sword shadow, but it contained the power to move mountains and overturn seas. It seemed to be enough to tear apart space and instantly spread to the front of John Doe with lightning speed. When this sword light appeared, it emitted endless golden light. Layer after layer of light bloomed, and dazzling green and gold talisman patterns blossomed. It was like a flood dragon soaring into the sky, like a great pung soaring into the sky. You have worries in your heart. Your sword moves are invisibly tied to a rope. Therefore, in terms of sword Dao, you are no match for me. Wu Ming spoke. He still had that faint and cold aura. The illusory sword in his hand pierced forward. Swish. It was still a simple sword move, but it seemed to contain endless changes. It directly collided with Du Xiaofu's sword move. Qi la la, at this moment, when the two sword lights collided, a large number of spatial ripples and cracks broke out one after another. The broken talisman patterns flickered, which was even more shocking. The cultivation of these two people in Sword Dao is enough to be the top two among their peers. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyes were full of shock. Deng deng, Du Xiaofu's figure staggered backward. He raised his eyes slightly, and his golden eyes rippled. The energy sword in his hand disappeared. John Doe stood in the void, and the surrounding electric arcs flickered behind him, as if his whole body was shrouded in purple light. The illusory sword held diagonally, and John Doe stood proudly like a long rainbow. However, his faint and cold temperament was not affected at all. His whole body was as cold as an unsheathed sharp blade. The sword Dao is to have no worries, to have no shackles in the heart. Only when the heart is free of worries and the heart is clear can one step into the depths of Sword Dao. Otherwise, it is not enough to talk about the sword. John Doe looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Your sword moves have worries, and your heart has worries. Your sword moves have a form. In terms of Sword Dao, you are no match for me. Use your real strength." The Sword Dao is to have no worries, to have no shackles in the heart. Du Xiaofu stood where he was in a daze. When he heard John Doe's words, he seemed to have suddenly touched something. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's mind trembled, and his eyes seemed to be dull. He murmured softly, "My heart has worries. I can only win and not lose. This is my worry. My sword moves have a form. What I have comprehended is the Bright Saint Sword Manual. I can't leave the Bright Saint Sword Manual. Use your real strength. If you don't make a move, I will have to." John Doe looked at Du Xiaofu and said. His voice was still indifferent, and his temperament was cold. However, as John Doe's voice fell, Du Xiaofu's eyes were still dull, and he turned a deaf ear to John Doe's words. John Doe's eyes moved, and the energy longsword in his hand began to fluctuate. The sword Qi seemed to be endowed with life and wandered around his body, making his clothes flutter. Swoosh, John Doe took the initiative to attack. When he stabbed out with his sword, it instantly gave people an illusion that the sword was a bolt of lightning. It was extremely fast and could penetrate space. In terms of Sword Dao, none of us can compare to John Doe. In the surrounding void, many geniuses were moved. They were all the real outstanding talents in the entire Zhongzhou. Naturally, they could see the changes in John Doe's sword. He had reached the realm of doing whatever he wanted. Doing whatever he wanted was also the top realm of Sword Dao. Some people could not reach such a realm even if they spent their whole lives comprehending Sword Dao. Just as everyone was worried about Du Xiaofu, the terrifying sword arrived in front of him. Qi. Du Xiaofu moved. His figure was unpredictable, drifting like a god, and he narrowly avoided the sword. That was a subconscious dodge. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still in a daze. John Doe's eyes moved, and the sword shadow circled around. His figure was as light as a floating cloud, and he once again stabbed at Du Xiaofu. Qi. Du Xiaofu also responded at this moment. He used his finger as a sword, and a sword light swept out. This sword move was extremely simple, and there seemed to be a trace of flower-splitting willow in the Bright Saint swordsmanship, but the more he looked at it, the more it did not look like that. However, it was this simple sword move that made John Doe, who had just attacked, have a fluctuation in his eyes for the first time. Before the sword light in his hand collided, John Doe had already changed his sword move. At this moment, Du Xiaofu used his finger as a sword, and his sword move began to change again. John Doe's eyes moved more and more, and the sword shadow in his hand kept striking out. Every sword move was swift and simple. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had entered an extremely mysterious state. He was using the wave-like carefree steps and using his finger as a sword. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with his sword. Xiaofu seems to be a little strange. On the sixth peak of the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, Elder Hu Sankuan and the others looked at the scene in the space-time talisman array in front of them. They could all feel that Du Xiaofu was a little abnormal at this moment. Heart Sword, that's already the Heart Sword. Xiaofu has entered the Heart Sword state. At this moment, Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes were fixed on the space-time talisman array, and his body trembled as if an electric current had surged through it. Gu Qingyang was sure that that state was the Heart Sword state. Even he had never been lucky enough to enter that state. Heart Sword state. I didn't expect Du Xiaofu to enter the Heart Sword state. In the Intellect Sword sect, the mountain peaks were like 10,000 swords. On one of the peaks, a white-haired elder's eyes were shining with the brilliance of a sword shadow. Master, what is the Heart Sword? Beside the white-haired elder, an 11 or 12-year-old sword boy asked curiously. For the Heart Sword practitioner, the heart is the sword and the sword is the heart. When one becomes one with the sword, it goes beyond sword move. It is entering one's own sword Tao. The white-haired elder's eyes were clear as he looked forward and said, "In my life, I have only entered the Heart Sword state once. That was how I was able to suppress Gu Qingyang 9 times." Whoosh whoosh on the Divine Thunder platform, the sword gleams were still clashing. However, at this moment, John Doe's hands were covered in cold sweat. He suddenly realized that Du Xiaofu had become strange. His sword moves had also become strange. John Doe could feel that Du Xiaofu's sword momentum was becoming more and more domineering. It was like a ferocious beast, like a divine bird, domineering and fierce, and could not be provoked. It turned out that Du Xiaofu's sword move was tied to an invisible line. He had worries in his heart, so he was not afraid. But now, he could no longer feel that line on Du Xiaofu's sword. He could only feel the domineering sharpness of the sword move. Du Xiaofu's figure was like a god, changing unpredictably. Du Xiaofu's sword was formless and formless. One could vaguely see the shadow of the bright Saint's sword manual, but the more one looked, the more it did not look like it. No one knew that at this moment, Du Xiaofu had entered the state of comprehending the mysterious move. Just like when he had comprehended the mysterious move, he had fused the mysterious move into the bright Saint's sword manual and discovered that it was of the same origin. John Doe's words made Du Xiaofu feel as if he was enlightened. If there was concern in the heart, there would be fetters. If the sword move had a form, there would be flaws. So if there was concern in the heart, how could one win when the sword move had a form? Only when there was no concern in the heart could one go deep into the sword Tao. Only when everything followed one's heart could one completely release oneself. Du Xiaofu's heart hid a domineering aura. Ever since he walked out of the Stone City, he had always been domineering. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu had concealed himself and restrained his heart. Although he had obtained an opportunity and made a lot of breakthroughs in his cultivation level, in terms of comprehension, there was not much progress. Concealing his identity was equivalent to restraining his heart. If his heart was restrained, how could there be much progress? And now, Du Xiaofu had returned to his heart. The mysterious move was fused, and his every move contained great mysteries. Du Xiaofu's sword momentum was becoming more and more domineering and fierce, like a ferocious beast, like a divine bird, not to be provoked. He suppressed with all his strength and counterattacked John Doe. Chapter 939. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Nameless expression finally became serious. The energy sword in his hand turned into 3 swords. The 3 swords lined up neatly. Wind and thunder roared like 3 rainbows. 1 sword to kill, 2 swords to split the earth, 3 swords to break the sky, 3 swords to kill a god. Wu Ming shouted softly. At this moment, the cold aura on his body became even sharper. 3 energy sword phantoms attacked at the same time. The surrounding space trembled with a loud bang. Then, they swept towards Du Xiaofu. Wherever the 3 energy swords passed, they were accompanied by lightning and thunder. Mysterious and bright runes appeared like 3 bolts of lightning. The 3 swords were terrifying. They seemed to be able to flip the earth and move mountains and seas. These 3 swords were like 10,000 sword. With an incomparably terrifying sword aura, they instantly spread in front of Du Xiaofu. The terrifying sword aura crushed the space and enveloped all of it. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could no longer dodge with his godlike movement technique. This is the 3 divine swords that Senior Brother Nameless himself comprehended. 3 swords at the same time. Senior Brother Nameless is using his strongest sword technique. Below the lightning platform, many of the intelligent sword sect disciples were shocked. To be able to make Senior Brother Nameless use the last move of the 3 divine swords, only some of the most senior elders in the intelligent sword sect could do it. They didn't expect that Du Xiaofu would actually make Senior Brother Nameless use the last move of the 3 divine swords. I understand now. So this is what it means to have no worries. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to have suddenly awakened from that extremely mysterious state. Facing the 3 terrifying swords that spread towards him, his eyes suddenly shone with a golden light. Boom! An incomparably domineering aura suddenly spread out from his tall body. It was like a peerless ferocious beast that spread its wings and swept across the sky. Chi! Du Xiaofu once again formed the illusory purple-gold energy sword in his hand. Facing the 3 energy swords, he slashed 3 times. These 3 swords had the power to split a mountain. They were simple, domineering, and sharp. There were no fancy moves. They were just simple slashes. When the 3 swords slashed out, the surrounding space instantly trembled violently. A domineering aura that made people tremble with fear spread out. A powerful energy pressure spread out, causing the entire space to violently tremble. However, under countless stunned gazes, the space where Du Xiaofu's 3 swords slashed out seemed to directly cause the space itself, and Taoist. But, under countless shocked gazes, the space where Du Xiaofu's 3 slashes passed through seemed to directly collapse the space. Along with the appearance of those dazzling runes, an invisible tyrannical aura shook the space, causing space to ripple endlessly. The sword radiance collided with each other like thunder and lightning, and suddenly it sounded like thunder. At this moment, the 3 swords collided, and it was no longer calm. The terrifying energy turned into chi rune ripples, and like a tsunami, it suddenly swept through the void above the 3rd divine lightning platform. Monstrous energy instantly erupted, and an extremely terrifying energy storm instantly swept out in all directions. It was like an arc of light that instantly filled the entire space. It was as if countless sword glows were shattering, causing everyone below to reveal a horrified expression. Wu Ming's 3 swords were then shattered. Du Xiaofu's 3 swords swept through the air and destroyed the former's 3 swords. Then, he was very close to Wu Ming. These 3 swords were extremely domineering. At this moment, the 2 sword principles had reached the point where the outcome would be decided. Wu Ming's eyes trembled. At this moment, his gaze seemed to be sluggish. In the next moment, when Wu Ming felt that he was still in danger, he was already 1 step too late. Although the 3 swords' shadow's light allowed him to quickly avoid his chest, it pierced into his shoulder. At this moment, he was unwilling to accept all this, but he had to accept it. The 3 energy swords did not have a lot of energy. They were more sword will. Energy hurt the body, but sword will hurt the heart of the sword. The domineering sword will pierced into Wu Ming's shoulder. He could even feel the sword will sweeping out. The domineering sword force wanted to destroy his heart of the sword. Pfft! Wu Ming's body staggered back, blood spilling out of his mouth. Under the sword will, Wu Ming felt a stabbing pain in his heart. That kind of pain was very different. It was completely different from the physical pain. It was as if he saw his most beloved thing being hurt in front of his eyes. This kind of pain seemed to be able to destroy his beliefs and end everything in his life in an instant. Thank you, Du Xiaofu's figure floated in the air, and all the energy around him disappeared. Looking at Wu Ming, Du Xiaofu knew very well that if it were not for Wu Ming, he would not have been able to get such benefits just now. As for the benefits just now, only Du Xiaofu himself knew best what he had gotten. The surroundings were quiet. Wu Ming stood there with a cold face. At this moment, it seemed like the purple electric arcs that filled the surroundings. There was an indescribable haziness and mystery. Wu Ming's clothes were stained with a drop of blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked up slightly at Du Xiaofu. Surrounded by the vast sky, he had an indescribable feeling. He had been looking for a defeat. That kind of defeat was different from the fights between the elders in the sect. He wanted a real defeat. He knew very well that only when he was really defeated could he go higher and further in the future. Only then could he have a clearer understanding of himself. This was what his master had said to him. But now he was defeated. He was defeated on such an occasion, and he was defeated by the disciple of Venerable Weapon. This was not what Wu Ming wanted. What did you just comprehend? After a while, Wu Ming looked at Du Xiaofu and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Following my heart, not leaving my original intention, and not forgetting my original intention. Du Xiaofu did not hide it. What kind of sword principle did you just comprehend? Wu Ming asked again. I don't know what to call it. Let's call it dominating sword principle. Du Xiaofu replied. Dominating sword principle. Wu Ming looked up and smiled bitterly. What a domineering name. What a domineering sword momentum. You still have the strength to fight. Do you still want to fight? A real battle? Du Xiaofu asked. Just now, the two of them had only fought using sword principle. They had not fought a real battle. Wu Ming was unfathomable. Perhaps he still had a trump card. I lost the sword principle that I am most proud of. How can I have the face to fight again? After this, if I can't comprehend my sword principle, I will never step out of the Huijian sect. Wu Ming looked at Du Xiaofu. Then he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. His figure went straight from the third Divine Thunder platform to the fourth Divine Thunder platform. 8. This is 8. It seems that the young Hall Master is going to fight 1 against 10. On the 10th peak of the Divine Thunder mountain range, Elder Yao Xing, Elder Cloud Leopard, and the others in the 7-star hall were all excited. He won. Ha 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 ha. Xiaofu won. That old guy from the Huijian sect will never dare to draw his sword in front of me again. On the 6th peak of the Divine Thunder mountain range, Elder Gu Qingyang's arrogant laughter reverberated throughout the mountains. Some of the peaks looked at him with disdain. In particular, the Divine Light Court of the 3rd peak, the Great Luan sect, and the Huijian sect on the other peaks all looked at Elder Gu Qingyang with disdain and hatred. Ha ha, did you see that? Even in sword principle, my disciple Xiaofu directly trampled on Wu Ming. Elder Gu Qingyang did not care about the disdainful looks around him. He kept patting Elder Yan Mingze and Elder Hu Sankuan on the shoulders and danced with joy. You have a good disciple. Elder Hu Sankuan couldn't take it anymore. He rolled his eyes at the excited Elder Gu Qingyang, but in his heart, he was also very happy and excited. Of course, he is my good disciple, my precious disciple. Who in the entire Middle State can be his opponent? Elder Gu Qingyang did not care about Elder Hu Sankuan's rolling eyes and said arrogantly. His voice reverberated in the surroundings. Gu Qingyang, don't boast too early. Be careful that the wind doesn't blow your tongue. There was a mocking and gloomy voice that reverberated throughout the surrounding peaks. Chapter 940. When the voice came, Gu Qingyang immediately looked at the 3rd peak and shouted, Old Taoist of Changdao, don't be so noisy if you dare. Dongli Chi Huang of your Daluan sect will be defeated by my disciple soon. What a joke. How can the holy son of my Daluan sect lose? He's overestimating himself. If you dare, let's make a bet. If your disciple loses, Gu Qingyang will call me grandpa. If the holy son of my Daluan sect loses, I'll call you grandpa. Do you dare? The old Taoist of Changdao shouted. He had been very frustrated these past few months. He thought that at this moment, his strength had improved a lot and he was no longer afraid of Gu Qingyang, who knew that after the fight, he was still suppressed by Gu Qingyang. At this moment, the old Taoist of Changdao naturally had full confidence in Dongli Qihuang. If he took the chance to win this round, he would regain all his dignity. On the sixth peak, Elder Gu Qingyang's red face was smiling like a flower. His clear eyes moved. At their current age and status, calling him grandpa was much more important than losing a Dharma artifact. Old Taoist of Changdao, your bet is too small. If Dongli Qihuang of your Daluan sect loses, you have to call me grandpa. In addition, you have to give each of the valley, 2 sects, and 3 schools a primary Dharma artifact. Do you dare? Elder Gu Qingyang said loudly. His voice rang through the 10 peaks. As Elder Gu Qingyang's voice fell, the auras on the surrounding peaks suddenly fluctuated. The eyes of the people on the peaks suddenly lit up. The old Taoist of Changdao froze. Then his face darkened even more. He said loudly, Gu Qingyang, just wait to lose. Do you think I'm scared of you? I'm waiting for you to call me grandpa. Gu Qingyang blew his beard and glared. He had absolute confidence in his precious disciple. This is too cruel. But that Dongli Qihuang, even if he has level 9 spirit, is not easy to deal with. Hu Sankuan, Changmingze, and the other elders clicked their tongues. Elder Gu Qingyang was obviously dragging everyone from the 3 sects, 3 schools, 1 valley, and 2 sects down with him. If the old Taoist of Changdao lost, he couldn't deny it. Once he denied it, he would undoubtedly offend all the powers. But Elder Hu Sankuan and the others knew in their hearts. Even though Du Xiaofu defeated John Doe, it seemed that they were competing in the Sword Tao. There were some unexpected factors in Sword. The level 9 spirit was the level 9 spirit level. As for the East mythical phoenix, to be able to take first place out of the 10 heavens favorites was enough to prove how terrifying she was. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu landed on the Divine Thunder platform for the second forging process and took a deep breath. Qiu Chuan is. A faint and peaceful voice came slowly. The level 9 Spirit Emperor's scarlet robe fluttered without wind. The fluctuating aura on her body could calm people's souls and hearts. Her gaze flickered as she stared at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes shone with divine light, like the stars in the sky, making it hard for one to shift their gaze away. We finally meet again. However, I didn't expect that there would be so many stories about you. You want to see me again, so I came. Du Xiaofu looked at the handsome bald young man with fair and smooth skin in front of him. The latter stood quietly, but an aura of supremacy was unknowingly emitted from him, emitting an extremely dangerous feeling. Level 9 Spirit Emperor's scarlet robe fluttered in the wind. There was a faint luster flowing on her crystal skin. She said, Although I want you to go up, I have to stop you. You can't stop me. Du Xiaofu stood there, his purple robe fluttering, his black hair flying, and his eyes emitting a domineering golden light. Follow your heart without worries. This was the way of the sword, and also the way of the martial Tao. Looking up, below the lightning platform and inside and outside the space-time formation array, everyone's heart tightened. They all knew that the real fierce battle was coming. Little bastard, you will die in the hands of level 9 Spirit Emperor. On the 3rd peak, Leizuan of the Divine Light Court looked at the purple-robed young man in the space-time formation array with hatred. It's the last 2. We can only win, we can't lose. In the ancient heaven sect, Sima Taxing Star's eyes fluctuated with a deep light. You talk big, but I'm afraid you're not strong enough. Level 9 Spirit Emperor's aura surged out under the Divine Thunder platform. His aura was supreme. The two extraordinary young men were facing each other. In an instant, one was domineering and the other was supreme, causing the lightning platform to freeze. Who do you think will win in the end? Below the lightning platform, countless outstanding talents of the same generation had been whispering and discussing in low voices. However, it seemed that the result was about to come out, and they became more and more nervous. Ninefold Spirit has a 90% chance of mastering it. His strength is very strong, and he's a terrifying figure of the infinite sect. Comparing all aspects, although Du Xiaofu is strong, Ninefold Spirit has cultivated the Diamond Sutra of the infinite sect, and has an indestructible body. In this sealed ancient land, Du Xiaofu seems to be lacking some foundation. In the whispers, most people thought that Level 9 Spirit Emperor had a greater chance of winning, because he was a terrifying figure who had cultivated the Diamond Sutra. Don't forget, Du Xiaofu's physical body is also very terrifying. It's said that Du Xiaofu had already fallen, but I didn't expect him to survive. He has been incomparably domineering all the way and is also invincible among his peers in the ancient heaven sect. Such a person may also have a magnificent performance today. Many people were also optimistic about Du Xiaofu and believed that Du Xiaofu could win. At this time, the people of the Infinite Sect, Ancient Heaven Sect, Du Family, World Society, and Seven Star Hall were all holding their breaths and nervously looking up. The two people on the platform stood facing each other, and the space froze. One was incomparably domineering, and the other was supreme. Suddenly, the two seemed to have a tacit understanding and rushed out at the same time. A golden light swept out from Level 9 Spirit Emperor's palm, and like a golden thunderbolt, it shot towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it. An even more dazzling golden light burst out and met it directly. The two golden lights collided, and the two figures seemed to have turned into two beams of light, rushing towards each other like two meteorites. Boom! The intense battle was faster and more intense than what the crowd had imagined. It was like two peerless ferocious beasts were colliding, and the rumbling sound immediately caused the surrounding void to rumble. It was soul-stirring. Many of the beast race's elites and sky prides couldn't help but shudder in fear when they saw the ferocious collision. The two humans were even more terrifying than the peerless ferocious beasts. That kind of terror was simply not something that humans should have. Boom! On the Divine Thunder platform, Level 9 Spirit was floating in the air, and her body was wrapped in golden light. At this moment, a golden brilliance was seeping out from her sparkling skin. Then, her entire body turned golden like a golden monk. At this moment, Level 9 Spirit didn't hold back her aura at all. Terrifying pressure was released, and the surrounding void rumbled. That was the aura of a martial lord at the peak of the Nirvana realm, and she was only one step away from the complete martial royal realm. Level 9 Spirit actually activated the body of Vajra. That's the indestructible body of Vajra. Rumor has it that it won't decay after death, and it's powerful enough to compete with Dharma artifacts. Martial royal realm at the peak of the Nirvana realm, Level 9 Spirit is indeed necessary. She's stronger than the others. Seeing the Level 9 Spirit Emperor wrapped in golden brilliance, many gasps of astonishment were heard from the surroundings. Behind Du Xiaofu, pieces of golden talisman inscriptions lined up and condensed on his back. Suddenly, they condensed into a pair of golden talisman inscriptions wings. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body, and the aura of a martial royal realm at the Nirvana realm swept out without reservation. The golden talisman inscription's wings on his back flapped, and light overflowed. Majestic light filled the air, and he was like a rock flapping its wings, soaring to the 9 heavens. At this moment, the aura of a golden-winged rock spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, as if a real golden-winged rock had descended. The golden wings were only condensed from talisman inscriptions, but it was like a real golden-winged rock floating in the air, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. What a terrifying pressure! The king of beasts, the golden-winged rock. Looking at the young man wrapped in golden brilliance in the sky, many heavenly talents of the beast clan below the thunder attraction platform felt the terrifying king of beasts' aura, and their bodies and primordial spirits trembled. Even the heavenly talents of the human clan were shocked. So, this is the true strength of the young master. Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, Sun Wu, and the others were shocked. That terrifying pressure made it impossible for them to escape from it. He's also at the Nirvana realm of the martial royal realm. He's finally using his full strength. Sima Muhan looked at the second forging divine thunder attraction, and her light purple eyes were filled with ripples. Chapter 941. An indestructible Vajra body and a human-shaped golden-winged rock clashed violently once again. Boom! The two young prodigies exploded with shocking runic light on the divine thunder platform. One of them was glowing with golden light like a golden Buddhist monk. He was the only one in the world. The other was domineering and fierce like a human-shaped primeval beast. The two youths exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The two of them were clashing with their xianqi. They were also clashing with their profound meanings. They were also clashing with their speed. More importantly, they were clashing with their physical bodies. The two of them were evenly matched and extremely intense. It was hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. "You are stronger than I thought." Runes spread out from Ninefold Spirit's eyes. His body was strong and vigorous as he soared into the sky. Dazzling runes spread out from the 9-ring scars on his head. The current Ninefold Spirit was different from his usual calm and handsome appearance. He was extremely powerful. "You will soon know that I am stronger than you think." Du Xiaofu was like a real golden-winged rock. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. His black hair was loose and his eyes were cold. His aura was extremely powerful. Rumble! The two of them clashed continuously with their fists and palms. Spatial ripples exploded as runes surged. It was as if thunder was rumbling. An incomparably gorgeous radiance exploded in the void, as if it was going to destroy the entire void. Every time these two terrifying young prodigies clashed, it was like thunder. Their strength was too strong. It was unimaginable. At this moment, the countless young prodigies below the lightning platform and the countless people inside and outside the space-time talisman array were all shocked. The strength of his physical body was so great that even the top beast race elites were left in the dust. Their faces paled in horror. "The two of them are too scary." Exclamations could be heard everywhere. Everyone could feel that the physical strength of the two youths had reached such a terrifying level. Normal Dharma artifacts would not be able to affect their physical bodies. Some people imagined that if this was a chaotic battle, the two terrifying youths would be able to charge straight through. Just their terrifying physical bodies alone would be able to break people's bones. This is the true strength of the young Hall Master. On the 10th peak of the Divine Thunder Mountain, Elder Cloud Leopard, Elder Yao Xing, and the others were dumbfounded. Only now did they know that the purple-robed youth's true strength was so domineering and fierce. Uncle Master Du Mu. In the martial square of the Ancient Heaven Sect, 100,000 Ancient Heaven Sect disciples were shocked. The purple-robed youth was from the Ancient Heaven Sect. They had thought that the heavens were jealous of the heavens in the Heaven Sect. However, at this moment, the purple-robed young man had returned once again. He stood before the entire central continent and used his peerless and domineering attitude to prove his return. "That's the Hall is. That's the third son of the Du family, a disciple of the Du family." Below the lightning summoning platform, the Du family disciples were all excited, their blood boiling. As the sons of the Du family, at this moment, they had found a deep sense of belonging. "Our president is so abnormal." Duo Sha, Anya Cha, Yin Tianjue, Silver Fox, and the others stared at the young man who looked like a ferocious beast in human form on the divine thunder platform. At this moment they were deeply shaken. Back then, Big Brother and Second Brother were right. The president was truly terrifying. He wasn't just a terror, he was a freak. Continue, Du Xiaofu shouted. He flapped his wings and floated in the air. He no longer hid and returned to his heart. Domineering blood flowed in his body. Along the way, no one in the same generation could compare to him. Facing the ninefold spirit, he was confident that he could dominate and suppress his opponent. As Du Xiaofu shouted, he continued to move his body horizontally. He fought with the ninefold spirit at lightning speed, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Vajra fist. The two separated as soon as they made contact. The ninefold spirit took advantage of the momentum and flew up. Runes spread out from his eyes. He looked down at Du Xiaofu and threw a punch. Boom! The fist seemed to be burning with golden flames. It exploded with endless yang qi. It was like a Buddha had descended from the sky and wanted to subdue the rock. Sky-shaking wings. Du Xiaofu opened his palm, and it was like a cattail leaf fan. Golden talisman markings flickered and condensed into layer upon layer, and it instantly condensed into a pair of golden wings. A tyrannical and ferocious aura suddenly spread out from his body. Du Xiaofu took advantage of the momentum and smashed down. With a forceful shake, his hand directly swept away. Boom! Such a collision caused golden light to erupt. The aura was so strong that it seemed to be able to tear the world apart. The surrounding space was instantly filled with cracks. Even the indestructible divine lightning platform below was trembling at this moment. Deng deng! At this moment, the two were pushed back at the same time and pulled apart the distance between them. You are worthy of me using all my strength. The ninefold spirit looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were no longer calm. The runes in his eyes became more and more dazzling. His aura began to rise vigorously. It seemed to contain an ancient and terrifying mystery. Then use all your strength. But you still can't stop me. Du Xiaofu stood proudly in the air. His eyes were golden. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be the shadow of a golden-winged rock. It flapped its wings and proudly looked up to the 9 heavens. You can't pass. The ninefold spirit raised his head. He stepped on the void and began to walk towards Du Xiaofu. Every step he took would cause a roar in the void. It was like a tiger roar. It was as if he was a peerless divine tiger at this moment. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With every step the ninefold spirit took, the ancient and terrifying aura on his body would increase greatly. It shook the void and made it tremble. When he took the 7th step, it was as if there were countless divine tigers roaring in the void. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the hearts of everyone. There was an explosion in the void. Runes spread and covered everything. Subduing Tiger Vajrabhati. Suddenly, a young man from the Boundless sect shouted. He was shocked. A young man from the Boundless sect recognized the method the ninefold spirit used. He said in shock, Senior Brother Ninefold Spirit has comprehended the subduing Tiger Vajrabhati. It is said that even the Almighty who could cultivate the Diamond Sutra might not be able to comprehend the subduing Tiger Vajrabhati. Roar. The ninefold spirit took 7 steps and roared like a tiger. Then, he seemed to have turned into an illusory golden divine tiger. At this moment, the ninefold spirit looked like a real god descending to the world. Facing the ninefold spirit, Du Xiaofu also felt a huge pressure. At this moment, it was as if he was facing 100,000 mountains. It was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. The pressure came from the heaven and earth. It was boundless. Suppress. The ninefold spirit shouted. After 7 steps, his aura was monstrous. That shout was like the roar of a divine tiger. It shook the void. The divine tiger under his feet was like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. This scene was shocking. The ninefold spirit rode on the divine tiger's shadow. It was as if the subduing tiger Arhat was about to capture the rock. That terrifying aura could destroy everything. It shook the heaven and earth and made all eyes tremble. Du Xiaofu raised his head. When he opened his eyes, the golden rock in his eyes was about to fly out. The domineering and sharp aura rose. This was the real golden rock descending. It carried the domineering will of the golden rock tribe. It flapped its wings and swept towards the ninefold spirit. Roar! The ninefold spirit's shadow tore through the sky. Du Xiaofu rushed out. His domineering and terrifying aura was monstrous. He flapped his wings and swept across the sky. He was domineering and fierce. Rumble! Such a collision sounded like thunder in the void. A series of rune lights burst forth. They were as gorgeous as fireworks, causing the entire divine thunder cauldron to be dazzling. That terrifying aura was destructive. All living things in the surroundings were trembling. If a martial royal realm cultivator in the full circle was swept away by them, his soul would be destroyed. Among the countless shocked gazes, a genius exclaimed. In midair, ninefold spirit and Du Xiaofu were pushed back at the same time. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouth. So powerful, as expected of someone who can step into the second body forging divine thunder platform. Du Xiaofu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was not depressed. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. His eyes were still as domineering as before. But at this moment, there was a trace of graveness in ninefold spirit's eyes that were filled with runes. Just as he retreated a few steps, hand seals condensed and mysterious runes spread out from his body. It was his martial vein. An aura that made one's soul tremble and wanted to let go of all ruthlessness, greed, anger, and infatuation filled the void. It made one want to prostrate and convert. Oh no, ninefold spirit's martial vein is the Shumi martial vein. Suddenly, looking at the aura of ninefold spirit on the second divine thunder platform, Sima Muhan's face changed. Deep worry and shock surged in her pale purple eyes.